or whatever.
Mm.
Share my screen in like 600 places. Okay. Share.
It's not enough, 600. It's not enough.
Yeah. Let's see if this works here. Put this over here. All right, we should be live.
All right, cool.
Let me get the X link for us. For the people.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. Here, I can post a few.
Yeah, I also got it. Cool. Thanks.
Oh.
I had it. So it's not trying to be stubborn, but I did beat you. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Just give everybody just a minute or so to join us, and then we'll kick it off.
Yep. Sounds great.
What's going on, J Money? How's that coffee?
Delicious. Very good.
Awesome.
Guatemala roast, if you must know.
Ooh.
Very nice.
You're one of those, huh?
I am, for sure. I do this thing every December. This local roastery has an Advent coffee calendar. It's a different roast every day, so or different bean sorts every day. So Guatemala today.
That's way to travel the world.
I look forward to it every year.
Nice. So I think everybody's here, and it's that time. Mate, if you're ready, we can kick it off with J Money.
Yep.
Just reviewing ES and overnight action.
Yeah, let's talk about ES from overnight, kind of where we're trading. There's not a whole lot to talk about. We traded within the same range as yesterday, and after CPI yesterday, we kind of had a choppy intraday range, basically between SPX 67.65 and 6800 to 6810 on the upside, and we still just traded within that range overnight. Those are kind of the edges for the morning session, and it's early to tell, but if I had to guess, 67.65 might be an OPEX pin, so I'd be aware of that. We do have triple witching expiration today, which can be kind of choppy, where it just reverts every time we get above or below a pin. It just reverts back to it. That might be 67.65 today, but that is something to watch. But for the morning session, that would be the edges that I would watch for. Sellers have to hold between 67 or hold under 67.65 to see any kind of downside towards 67.40. Buyers have to clear 6800 to 6810 for upside. Everything in the middle is fairly choppy and could be worse today with triple witching options expiration. So we'll see, but that's what I'm looking for. The overnight low is also around 67.65, and if we put in a failed breakdown there, I would watch that for a long. Just understanding that may not get a ton of continuation on today's expiration.
You want to give us your take on Triple Witch, what to expect, open, close?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's talking about, the record volume of all of that. I don't really pay attention too much. We know that the AM settlement and around the open can see some volatility, and as some of those options are rolled and some hedging activity. So you can see some volatility on the AM settlement, which is before the open, and then potentially right after the open. And then typically it can be a difficult day to trade just because you don't get any continuation or follow through intraday. It can be choppy around that magnet, which could be 67, 65. So sometimes it means, trade smaller, trade lighter. Don't expect to get huge moves in directional moves. It tends to kind of revert back to a pin. And then we can get the same kind of volatility around the close, some more, rolling some options and some hedging activity. So just being aware of that. Sometimes you get these really big OPEX moves on the open on individual names, and then that can be trippy and difficult and trappy to trade. So just be aware of that. These volatile moves on the open, you don't always want to chase them.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for that. All right. Good morning, Ivy. You want to walk us through some of the structure going into today?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that really stands out to me is this 6780 point. That will be essentially the pivot on the session. Opening above 6780 does favor a potential move to 6800, and if we're able to break above 6800, then there is positioning that suggests a move higher from there to about 6815, possibly 6820. So that's as long as we open above 6780. Now on the downside, it's kind of crazy, but it's all supportive. Even if we do sell off down to below 6780 down to 6750 is a supportive range. So that means that essentially market participants are absorbing anything that's going to be sold into today if we do decide to move lower. Now things will change if we break that 6720 region, and then that could potentially cause a bigger unwind and a potential move lower, right? But for now, the only thing I'm really, like I said, the only thing that really stands out is this 6780 zone, and is supportive above, and it's also supportive below. So I think reversion trades are going to play out great today. So if we do go lower towards that 6750, potentially 6720, I'm actually looking to be a buyer as long as those ranges hold. And then above 6780, um, I'll look to try to scalp some longs, for a quick ride. Well, that's pretty much it, guys. Actually, one
Okay.
last thing. We have consumer sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. That normally does move the market a little bit. The other thing that I forgot to mention was the VIX. If you're bearish, you want to see the VIX hold this 16 range. Below 16, I think will essentially give us uh, a little bit. I don't know how to explain it, but if we break 16, it'll be positive for the market overall. So, but if we don't break 16, I'd be cautious in trying longs. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Thank you.
One other
Jeff?
thing I forgot, and just want to mention that there is an iron condor on the tape. It's fairly small, but just to be aware, at 68.15 to 20 and 67.15 to 20, that's the top and bottom legs of the iron condor, which can potentially be magnetic and then reflective if we trade near
Right.
them. So just be aware of those.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the range we've been in pretty much all week.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, that's the
If
top
if I
and
can
bottom
just
of, yeah.
Yeah, if I could just add some kind of color to things, gamma lines up very nicely with some of the things I'm looking at. I look at moving averages more than anything. So the 50-day moving average is right around that 75.80. So that's why that is supportive. And then 68.20 is where the 9-day and the 20-day is. So we're kind of sandwiched in between. Every time we move below the 50-day, they bought it back up, and every time we move above, it's been harder. It's been sold into that 6800. So I'm using 6800 for move to 20. A test of 800 failed. We're moving back down to 75, 80, and then anything below 50-day moving average needs to be looked at from a failed breakdown perspective, but also potential move back down to the bottom range, 20. and anything below 20 obviously could see an unraveling. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm very happy to see that we're all kind of aligned here. Matej, any top ups for today?
Good morning. I wouldn't say anything qualifies above an B plus for me, but I will talk about Oracle. So Oracle had, um, the news of 15% stake in U.S. TikTok. So about just shy of a 5% move. It was up a little bit more earlier here in the pre-market. I think the bigger picture context with Oracle is it's been unwinding pretty heavily. It's become a pain trade for buyers, and we ended up filling this gap. So there's this gap that we were looking at over the last couple of weeks following this kind of earnings play. We filled that gap this week, and then it defended it yesterday pretty well. Overall, it was very slow, but it defended, and then now we're gapping up. So it's a bit of a attempt to save the stock at this spot around 180. As far as the variables go, I don't like the declining volume that we're getting in the pre-market. I do like the RSI, so things are looking decent for an opening drive. Typically, the context of it being a weaker stock isn't a good thing, but in this case, you could see, especially being Friday, a bit of a relief bounce. Sellers kind of letting go of the reins a little bit, and then new buyers stepping in as we just filled that gap and are reclaiming 180. So areas to watch here, and like J Money said, on the open, a lot of things can be a little bit tricky today. But if this can hold this 188, 189 and start to push higher, I think we can get a magnet move to 200. I would want to see the volume pick up, though, on that to have a little bit more conviction. So this one I might wait a few minutes off the open before participating in. And then outside of that, I think we just have to continue to watch Tesla. It's obviously had a big rebound day yesterday following the sell on Wednesday. If we can manage to get through that 491, I think 500 is just an obvious magnet at this point. Anything below it, I view as tricky. So that's my focus for today.
Yeah, Tesla's holding that 467 at the bottom of that range that we're now starting to establish. I think more specifically, we're holding above that 75, 65 area. So they keep buying it every time it moves lower there, and then keep selling it near the highs. But it's going to be interesting to see what it does here end of week Friday. Obviously, had a really nice day yesterday, but couldn't really push through that 492 area for that 495 test, and then 500 naturally above. Just one note on Oracle. The previous low after that huge move lower, the low that gave us a little bit of a bounce was around that 185, 186. So that could be looked at a little bit as a failed breakdown here if we do start seeing activity above, right? So with that, we have a target of 198, 200. I would say we're still in a downtrend, but nonetheless could be a nice scalp today or trade.
Yep. And one more thing before we continue. I just want to just mention the AI tech trade's obviously been under some pressure recently. Micron's gapping up today. There's obviously Oracle's is moving here on different news, but if there's some renewed optimism in that trade, if we start to catch a bid, I think that could provide opportunities across the board. Like SNDK, MU, and others. Right? We want to see do they start to actually bounce, or do the bounces continue to get sold? Micron is one I will be keeping an eye on for that. So
makes sense. Yeah, I mean, with that said, PLTR, right? It's top of our list here as well. Yeah. So PLTR, just to review the daily chart, you can see that we've been in a really nice structure. It's a pretty clear cup and handle on that right side, and it's a big one. So what I'm looking for here is a break of yesterday's highs. That 189, 190 is tricky. We know that from the past. They kept selling into it, and then at some point we started breaking higher and saw new all-time highs. So going into today, I'd be interested in watching yesterday's highs. It's around 187. It's also an inside day to that big engulfing day before. It's also the top of this, the handle of the cup and handle. Could also be looked at as a bull flag, obviously. So, I think there are a lot of variables that are lining up really nicely here for a potential nice move today. The one thing with this one is that often when it's looking like this pre-market, it sees a huge pop off the open, right? So it's often very hard for me to chase. I would have to look for some sort of intraday setup or pull back that holds as a significant level. So that's PLTR. I really like it. Watching those 190 calls above 187.36. MU you already mentioned, but above 255, we can look at trading 260s. MU, do you have some still? Are you still holding some of the MU that you took yesterday?
I have roll ups, so I bought the 265
Okay, yeah.
calls. So if we get that rotation
Okay.
trade back up to the highs, those could pay. So
Yeah, so like 256 yesterday was 256 to 257 was that pivot we were watching yesterday. So if you can recover that today, it could be something. So we'll watch that. Nvidia. Inside day yesterday. For me, it could potentially become a double bottom here on the daily, right around that 170 or so. It's the bottom of a previous range that we were in like before September, so August, September. So if it holds here, I think potentially could be a nice mover. And also, as you said, if the AI play is back, I think this one could start bouncing. It's not one of my favorites, but it's something I want to watch just because of how it's been acting lately. So Nvidia above 176, look at 177.50s. APP, just really nice looking chart. It's starting to, it put in a higher low in the daily. It's back above the 9-day moving average around 689. I'm watching 700 for a pivot today. 710 could come very quickly. Notice the day December 9th. Once we broke that 700, we saw a huge move into the recent highs around 725 or so. So I'm expecting something like that potentially happening today if we break above 700 and hold. We're currently trading above 700 just by a few cents here. Downside mover. So, potentially market could start selling off. If that happens, or if we see weakness in semiconductors, ARM is my candidate to the downside here. If you break the recent low around 112, 110, puts could work. Next, BA. BA has been on our watch list pretty much all week. It's just been looking really nice, and it's been showing some strength off the open. And so for me right now, it's a very defined level. This 210.75, 211. If you look to the left, it was the bottom of the range that we were in September into October. And then once we broke that range, which was 211, about 211 there, which is the high of this week so far. If you could break above 211, I think we could fill this small gap that we have, and then we might see some new buyers stepping in. So it would be a huge failed breakdown back into the range. And once you enter back into a bounce area or range, there's a pretty good chance that we could move back up to the top of the range, which is around 226. That has been the big picture trade for me this week. So let's see what it does on Friday. Couple more names here, guys. We have about 12 minutes to go. MDB within the software space. I'm starting to feel that the software space is getting a bit perky, but not broadly. It's more specific names. So we covered PLTR. MDB is another one. It's just holding up really nicely after earnings, higher low. Break of yesterday's and the day before high. I think we can see a nice little push. 430 for me is a level to watch. That's more like a better level to watch. 435 calls could be traded. A name that's perhaps outside of people's purview, Ulta Beauty. Ulta sitting in a bull flag. I like the structure. It's a technical play to the upside. Above 600 also would just kind of magnify the setup, in my opinion. Above 600, we can see 605 calls play out really nicely. 610 perhaps. We just have to wait and see what the premiums looking at near the open. Another downside mover is Netflix. I think this one is looking tired. For me, it's sitting in a bear flag. It's failing to recover the 9-day moving average, and it's starting to look pretty tired. Closed, near the bottom fourth of yesterday's range. So if we break this trend line, you could draw a trend line from the lows. You'll get that, if yesterday's low breaks around that 93.50, I think we could see at least a move back down to the 92.30 area. And if that breaks, we can see that bigger move lower. So Netflix, nice little downside candidate. A couple more names here. Microsoft. I traded Microsoft yesterday. It was a fantastic play. Did close near the kind of middle of the range of yesterday's range, but that came after a huge move back towards that 490, right? So 490 breaks. I think we could see that 493 area. 493 is for me a huge pivot that could get us towards that 500 level. It's a psych level, but it's also where the 50-day moving average. So the better trade for me, at least here, is like big picture above 500. But considering the momentum that we got yesterday, it tells me that we need to watch it today for a continuation play back towards that 500 via 493. So Microsoft 492.50 could be scalped above 490, and then hopefully a break of that range for a push higher. Looking really good. A little bit different kind of price action there nowadays. Oracle, we covered, right?
Yep.
Nike. So Nike moving lower, big here on earnings. Okay, so it's down about 10%. There's some China worries. I think they beat, right? So I think it's more the guidance, perhaps. I'm not really sure about the details, Matej. I don't know if you want to add something, but it's down big.
Yeah, let me just take a look at this. This actually qualifies for an opening drive. The RSI is quite bearish. RVOL's building. It's actually trading 100 times RVOL. So this could be a really good candidate, and relatively speaking, right? It's not a name that gets traded a whole lot as far as we're concerned. So on earnings and a catalyst, it makes sense. But that being said, you have trending pre-market structure and bearish RSI here, quite bearish actually. So on a first move down, I've got that 58.50 level as being key, which is good that there's some confluence there. So it looks pretty good. That or from frontside short against 60.
Yeah, I like that one as well. 60 attempt fail, 50, 58 can come and we can move back lower. Just have to wait and see. But Nike, a nice little candidate to watch. Okay, so let's get into some names here. I don't see Sarang with us, so I'm just going to move forward. GLD. So gold had a huge move at some point yesterday, in the middle of the day, broke 400 to move towards those all-time highs. Did not see a new all-time high, so that's still active above, right around that 4,350 or so. Let's wait and see here. Above 400 could see some a nice little push towards yesterday's highs, and then potentially all-time highs right above. Silver doing very little here. PLTR we talked about, Tesla we talked about, MDB we talked about. All right, Meta. And what I'm doing now, guys, is I'm just reading off some of your names that you're posting in the chat. So Meta is next. A couple people will like in Meta today. Meta's looking good. Yesterday was significant because we closed above the 50-day moving average, around 662. And so we're holding above here. We're slightly green. We tested the 200-day moving average yesterday around 671. So what I would say today, watch yesterday's highs, a break above 671. Also yesterday's highs, also the 200-day. Check. We could see a nice little push towards that 680, 681, which is the gap entry above. It's a big gap on the daily there. So Meta's looking pretty good, actually. One to watch. It's a little too far down here for me right now, but 670, 671 is something I'm watching. How does the RSI look on that? Is that is there
Meta?
something available for?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good actually.
Okay.
The volume's not good, but the RSI is looking good. The hourly is actually divergent slightly. It looks like. Yep.
Okay. All right. So MSTR. There's a little bit of a bid in Bitcoin and Bitcoin names. MSTR is one of them. You can look at Coin, Hot, some of the other names as well. But MSTR, I don't see anything in MSTR. It's better to look at this one intraday, and if there's momentum there, it could be scalped. I think big picture, it's in a downtrend.
Yep.
Affirm, excuse me, Affirm put in a nice little failed breakdown on the 200-day moving average. That was around 65. We moved all the way down to 60 and bounced. So now we're back above the 200 and back into that range that we were in. So for me, Affirm above 80 is the best trade. You could trade yesterday's highs, move into 80, and then hope for a break above for that small gap fill above. We have 6 minutes to go. Core weave, not seeing much, but it's up nicely. I think it got a target price target cut 135 per share,
Almost
which
6%
is
gap up.
double.
What's
Yeah,
weird is
so
the RVOL is actually below 1 at the moment. On a 5.5% gap
okay.
up is kind of crazy. There could be some OPEX stuff.
Okay. PDD Holdings, Chinese stock up 6%.
Say
Not
JD
familiar
or
with
DD?
P Diddy.
Oh, PDD. Okay. Oh,
Trying to be like politically correct
Yeah.
by saying the actual ticker. Yeah, I don't know. It's gapping up.
Our size is quite heavily reset against that 111.67. So that's a key level being validated. If it holds that, opening drive, aggressive opening drive with tight stops is available.
NBIS is up 4% as well. Yeah, as long as it's above 78, I think it's good. Above 80 could be something to watch. We're still in a downside trend. We're still below the 9-day, and all the moving averages pointing lower. So we'll see. Maybe some money rotating back into this one into the new year. For me right now, I don't see anything, but EANW, nice little gap up there. This kind of falls into the same, into the notion that we just talked about with software. There are some names that are looking pretty good. For me, with PNW, if you can move above 192, that would be a really good scenario. We can move back up to 200. For now, we're attempting to put in a higher low in the daily. It's a harder name to trade, right? But looking nice with this gap up. Okay, so Avgo, Ivy is asking about Avgo. If I like upside, I like upside if we hold 330. Right, we've had a couple of days of attempting to push below that 330 and 325. So it's a bit of a fail. We're at the bottom of that range. So the risk reward is to the upside here, in my opinion. Like if you're trading shares on this one, you can have your stop below 321.50. Because then there's a chance we could fill the gap towards like 308. But upside here is not terrible, especially after spending 2 days attempting to break lower. If semiconductors catch a bid, this one could push for sure. Circle. All right, I think this is the last one.
Yeah, 2-minute warning.
Circle. The only thing I'm seeing with Circle is that it has a triple inside day. Well, if like roughly, it's not technically accurate, but nonetheless, there's enough energy here that if we break the lows of yesterday, we can see a push lower. If we break the highs of yesterday, it's a pretty good shot at pushing higher. All right, I'm just gonna get myself situated as Tesla's moving higher here. Strong move, Meta.
FYI, there's a pharmaceutical related announcement at 1 p.m. from Trump. So keep an eye on healthcare today. Eli Lilly's been kind of stuck in the same range between 1,033 and 67. It trapped above 67 yesterday. It's just basing, so I don't see anything easy.
Nice little moves here, and excuse me, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla back up to the PM high. Yeah, let's see. This is the price action to expect near the open on quad witch. Where's the triple witch?
I think it's triple.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys. So just focus. While we have a minute left, focus is gonna be on Tesla mainly, and in the market. I think Oracle, Nike, Micron, some of all the other names. I think. I don't think on the open. I want to be patient. So we'll see how the board sets up. If nothing else, I would be watching, focusing on Tesla 491, and then reminder that the open can be pretty tricky with the triple witch. So waiting the first couple minutes is not a bad idea.
30 seconds. Tesla, real nice push. Microsoft back near yesterday's highs here as well. 493 would be above. Meta just tagged that 669.40. I have a resistance level there before 670, below 670. MU. Push.
Fast pop on Micron, yep.
PLTR pushing.
$6,800 tests on S&P here. Reminder, guys, gamma positioning
Alpha.
is quite light. Freedom to move around the cabin today. If we flip into supportive above 6,800, we do have a nice long combo.
X plus 6,800 here, very nice. PLTR, very nice move off the open like we talked about.
Wow, MU really moving here, guys.
Yeah, huge move.
Good sign for the AI tech trade. If it holds, it's early. That's pretty aggressive.
PLTR breaking out.
S&P quick pop, 10-point pop over 6,800. ATR, plus one ATR on Micron happens to line up exactly with all-time highs. It's kind of interesting. Tesla, watch the sweep of the pre-market low pivot here. If it sweeps that and turns like it did yesterday, could be something. Market's very strong.
PLTR, beautiful move, guys.
As that magnet play to 190.
Yeah. Tesla's trying here, just a little hard.
SNDK, Micron, PLTR, AI tech is looking pretty good.
Yeah. NVIDIA too.
Yep. Oracle watching the 192.50 calls.
MU testing yesterday's highs, guys.
Guys, getting filled. Oracle 192.50 calls at 117. Small count challenge, 8 contracts. I want to see this, excuse me, break over the pre-market highs and hold. Micron's still very strong.
I'm personally trying to be a little patient here. Just watching, see what happens. But I got sold into pretty quickly here.
Micron holding dips really well here.
Yeah.
Was I on mute when I was calling out Oracle?
No, I
Okay.
heard you.
I was just making sure. I just
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
my thing was on mute and I was like, wait.
Nope.
So I'll look to reduce on Oracle if we can't break through this ATR. Just get down to a smaller position. Tesla lower. MU wants those highs. It's pretty much a direct magnet into that. 265s are looking much better here.
Alta above 600, guys.
Guys, I'm looking to sell half of Micron. Getting filled here at 286. Not sure. I think John, I think he was pulling in the older entry on that. I think that's something we're working through. The entry originally was 165, guys. 165 to 285. Here comes Oracle. Big move. I'm getting filled half Oracle here, guys, at 161. About 40%.
SPX looks great. Testing the 6810. Yeah, BA moved higher.
Very nice. ATR backtest Oracle. ATR held.
Really selling the crap out of Tesla.
They don't want 500.
MU. 65 calls here could be nice.
ATR is right at those all-time highs. New high day Oracle. Premium's okay. It's not actually as good as I would like. All right, guys, I'm taking a quarter off here at 177 Oracle. About 50% from 117. I'm citing a little bit of a slowdown in the premiums there, and ATR's right at 191. We back tested that and turned right through the high, so great sign. Let's see if 200 can become a magnet here. I'll let the last quarter run or break even at $1, just below entry.
Indices look really strong here, guys. SPX testing nice levels here. Nice momentum push possible here.
Micron roll-ups about 100% here from yesterday. Testing ATR and all-time highs. I'm looking to get all out and then roll up if it ends up clearing. Getting a reaction now. We are in support of Charm, Monkey, just so you know.
Okay.
This is a pretty good long combo if we can defend. And obviously that context technically we've talked about since yesterday. Very important. Okay, so, really nice move here on Micron. I'm going to take profit into this, getting filled at 369 from 165 on the roll-ups. It's like 130% or something. Oracle Premium is honestly not the greatest, but we'll hold a quarter with the stop at 1 and see if this 200 can become a magnet. Market looks great. So let runners do what they're going to do.
LTR testing that 190. SPX back above the 90 moving average. Playing out beautifully here.
Yeah, AI tech trades hot, guys. Good sign. Can always roll up on Oracle, guys. This is a really fast move here. The premium's just exploded. So I might roll to the 200s and lock profit. Looking at that now. I'm getting filled at 294, guys, all out from 117. I'm looking at the 200s as a roll with profit. Those are pretty cheap because of 0 DTE, so it makes it easier To me, it's simple. If we end up getting a true squeeze today, those will pay, and that should become a magnet. So having the cheaper option is a good thing, actually. See if they can get these a little cheaper. Okay, so I'm getting filled to roll ups 48 cents. Oracle 200s. For the small count challenge, that's 4 contracts.
Fix 1565. Going lower.
Okay, so day's paid for me. I'm gonna sit on hands, let runners do their things on Oracle. I'll look for a roll up opportunity on Micron, but I'm just gonna sit tight otherwise here. AI Tech was good alignment so far today. If this is real and sticks, if you missed any entries off the open, there's very likely going to be another entry that sets up. So don't force things. With that, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back.
Good job, man. Beautiful. PLTR new highs here as it's squeezing back up to that 192.50. MU, Nvidia, BA, Oracle, PLTR, all looking pretty good. QQQ near that 617.39 resistance here. See if Microsoft breaks the highs. Nvidia 180, could see 182.84, previous all-time high, I believe. Real nice alignment by Mate here. I'm likely just kind of watching here for now. MU is beautiful. We saw that move into yesterday's highs very, very quick. SPX moved straight into that 9-day moving average, which was our target around 20. 68, 30, 38 would be above. Oracle, you know, shorts are just blowing up there. So there's the short squeeze effect. 195. Basically tagged that 9-day. A lot of momentum though. Microsoft coming back here, guys. Watch that one. It's a bit of a sneakier move. The risk there is an inside day to yesterday because of how big it was. PLTR is just beautiful. Every dip gets soaked up there. MU just vertical. Beautiful continuation play there. Watch Tesla move to 485, 486 above. Might have like some front side selling in the morning and then could come back potentially. Oh, okay, that's the run 485. Got sold into. Tesla's a little trickier today, guys. Just kind of putting it out there. I think it's more focused on AI. PLTR. I'm watching this dip here, PLTR. Microsoft, guys. Microsoft looks like it wants to push soon. Just give it a little second.
All right, I am back and more caffeinated. SNDK squeezing. All right, so that little pullback on Oracle, probably a little better entry for the roll, but roll's free, only risking like 20% of profits or something. So let it play out. Seems like it's pretty much all about the AI tech trade here, at least for now.
Yeah.
SNDK is fantastic, jeez. I mean, S&P, let's take a peek at the gamma here. See what the update is. If it will load. All right, so we have a gamma flip line here. And we're testing now at 20. So negative gamma below just means we can move more freely, faster. Positive gamma above favors more of a trend action. Dealers hedge against price movements to the downside. We also are in a supportive charm landscape, so over time throughout the session, the dips will be bought. So if we can hold this, it's a pretty nice setup for a trend move to 68.50. If it fails, we can easily accelerate. I would say the flip line back under 6,800 is a potential short down to 67.80. But if this holds, which it's looking like it wants to, we have a trend move to 68.50 set up here from a gamma perspective.
Nice. I'm waiting for a bit of a pullback here. I kind of missed that initial pump. I'm trying to be patient here, but I'm pretty confident I can find something.
$68. What is six? Have you been watching the premiums on SPX? Curious what 68.50s look like, because this looks like a fairly simple trend to that. 350. 68.50s are trading at 350 currently.
ATR as well.
Is it okay? Yeah, it would have been obviously a little better to catch on the break of 6,800, but still could be decent. I'm gonna sit on hands for now, but just calling it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing, like, considering how the market has been moving lately, like, I would potentially look at some sort of, like, break here, maybe to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just they've been faking so much that they might actually pull us back down. But if not, then we're in a trend and we'll watch that trend move. But yeah, AI is strong, NVIDIA strong, QQQ not near 617. Like, nothing is telling me that it's not a trend day.
Right.
The only thing that's flashing a little bit warning for me is the just the tick so far has been a little weaker.
Yeah, I mean,
but it doesn't mean anything on its own. You know,
yeah,
as a whole.
The way that 67.64 held is pretty compelling, at least for this move, right? Like whether or not we dip first or just go straight to 50. I would say the odds of a direct move feel elevated when we had all that shenanigans around 67.64 throughout the week. But it's perfectly fine not to chase it too, right? There will be more setups. So let's see. Just for what it's worth, too, on this trend move, I'll be really quick. Price does favor slowing down. It's more of a trend type of action the more you get into this positive gamma. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, I should call out Tesla. Like, I know it was a little sell-off near the open and all that, but I think that one is still in play. And technically, nothing has really happened here. So, I mean, this one could easily bounce back up to the highs and break that. So I'm keeping a close eye on that. I'll be willing to take another stab at that. Nice little hold of like 482 area, which you remember was a very important area for us a few days ago. So 486 is what I'm watching. If you can recover that, we can see a nice move to 490.
Nice.
Yes, very strong back to 680.
Yep. Watch this Oracle move here. It's trying to push. If it pushes through the highs, that'd be pretty convincing on this move, you know, for a push to that 200 psych level. And then if not, it's probably going to get pulled into ATR, just consolidate. Yeah, it's like I was tempted to grab the 68.50s there, but it's just like, you know, trying to defend profits on the day too at the same time. So
6832, sorry, 6838.40 is resistance level, and then ATR, I think, was that 50 area which you mentioned. Look at what Tesla's doing, guys. Right, I called out those 485s at 82, 83 area, so nice little scalp into the 9 on 10, and if we can recover the 9 on 10, it would be a flip, meaning we could push back up to the high day. PLTR, real nice kind of trend so far. It often pops and then they sell into it. They kind of tried to, but then the buyer stepped in. So a lot of great opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we had the UMISH final December consumer sentiment numbers are out. 52.9, estimated was 53.5. Existing home sales numbers are out as well. I don't know if that was part of why SPX pushed there. So just to reset, guys, I know a lot is going on, but SPX now has held the 50-day moving average once again, as we traded around it for a couple of days. We held the gap below it, and we pushed above 6,800. It's acting slightly differently today, just like Mateo outlined. It's showing strength. It's showing that, no hesitation. The open is the low of day today, right? And the 6,800 was above, and we broke 6,800. We just pushed through it. So for me right now, it's pretty bullish price action. Let's see if we can see, some sort of consolidation that tells us like, okay, we're in a proper upside move day today. 6,838, 6,850, above 6,850 is very little above towards 6,900. BA breaking out perfectly today, guys, according to what we talked about. It finally filled that gap above, and now back to that 214 area. 216, I think, is an important level above as well. The LTR next level above is 192.50. It gave you a second entry there on that back test 189. Real nice long. I would have probably taken 190 on those. Keep an eye on Microsoft. It's an inside day so far, but it's holding PM highs very nicely. A break this 488 could see high a day. Above high a day, we can see 490. And then it's off to the races to 493 above there. PLTR, new high a day, squeezing higher here. Incredibly strong here, price action PLTR. So that was another one of those names where we talked about this yesterday, guys. Today's trade starts, the day before or 2 days before. If you keep track of these things, you could be there for it. I saw it was just a little too fast. And on that back test, I didn't really catch it. So, but nonetheless, it was on our radar and it moved. Bull is very weak, attempted to go green and failed. BA is looking good. Another name that we had on our radar was Alta. Alta daily looks fantastic. It keeps holding above 600 here, so let's see what it does. I think this one could see a nice intraday push. Carvana seeing a nice little day today after that little dip off the open. As far as gold and silver, they're gaining traction intraday, guys. So gold pushing high a day here towards that 400. I'm still of the mind of 400 calls for next week could be something to watch. Could be an attractive trade into new all-time highs plus.
Guys, FCX breaking 49.10. We've been talking
So
about that all
copper,
week.
gold, silver, metals, they're gaining some traction here. Gold. Honestly, gold, 400 calls for today could be something. This one, when it catches momentum, it really runs. 400 calls are 60 cents. But for longer play, I would watch next week calls. The SPX retreating off that 38 area. Some of the internal variables I watch are starting to break down just a bit. Nothing significant, but still a warning for me to like go long SPX. I think a potential dip could come here, which it's starting to push here. Now below 6820, we could see a push towards that 6810, 6800. PLTR, new highs, guys. 192.50 might be coming here.
193.93 is +1 ATR and PLTR.
John, do you have +2 on
Very nice.
Oracle? If you happen to be.
Do you want +3 and 5 as well?
Sure. +2 will do for now, though. Gosh, FCX is like one of those sneaky swings. I really like that one this week.
Just for those listening on Oracle, 191.01 is +1. +2 is 201.99. So 202 for Oracle +2.
Thank you, sir.
One of the members caught 400 calls for GLD since mentioned, 64 cents to 92 cents. So premiums moving their intraday 0DT.
Nice trade.
PLTR 192.50 tag here, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Guys, remember 192.50, 193 was a huge pivot into new all-time highs, PLTR. I'm not saying it happens today, but if it does break, I think we could see a nice little move to 195. Watch that higher low second wave push. Yeah, even gold premium for next week moved into $1 here, guys. 400 calls for $1. It moved quite significantly, very quickly here. The Oracle retreating off that 195 9-day moving average pretty perfectly. Some of the members talking about BE, Bloom Energy, obviously part of AI, up 12% today. OKLO, NNE, some of the nuclear plays, nothing significant there. RGTI, nothing there. IonQ, this is obviously quantum, just looking at some of the other names. There. CVNA, I mentioned, has had a really good day today. Reddit, they're buying the dip there as well.
Still technically around that gamma flip line. Polar around 68.20's influence is much lower than we're at now, but at the position is 68.20. So you want to see that hold start to flip up into positive gamma to get to that 68.50 peak. All supportive above us, above 20. Really above 6,800 is all supportive.
PLTR is nice. I just can't chase it here, okay? It's hugely important level. I do like how it's behaving. So this might be a 9 on 10 candidate today, guys, that I'm watching. We'll wait for that 9 on 10 to creep higher or for price to push lower. All right, so SPX is backtesting the 9-day moving average, also lining up with that 6820. If it holds, could push back up to the high. If not, could push lower. We have a little uptick in the VIX here. Tick remains pretty pretty weak. I'm not loving this. Also, sellers starting to step in here on SPX. So, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, we're gonna die. I'm just kind of calling out what I'm seeing in the moment. So it could give us a little bit of a back test to buy. I think anything above SPX 6800 could be a buy. MU 9 on 10 is 258, 259. That's support. Yesterday's highs check back here. Let's see what they do.
Guys, I'm adding to the 200 calls here just because they're quite cheap. I'm still not risking more than like 34% of profits from Oracle today.
The 200 for today.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would watch that one on the 250 PM high area.
Mm-hmm.
Also the high of this candle, 10-minute candle. PLTR 192.50 calls pretty cheap. Sub $1.
Some support here at 191 on Oracle. FCX backtesting 49.10, getting a reaction. Harder name to trade, but price action's pretty good. Nice breakout.
PX holding the 9-day moving average, 68.20, beautifully here. Guys, Oracle 9 on 10 around 190.51. We're close to that. IWM still looking pretty strong as well, pushing above 250 here. It's gonna be interesting to see if it can start accelerating. Gold for me is looking very good as well, guys. That dip got bought up very quickly. Yeah, Alta's moving, guys. Health 600, 605 test here, guys. Anybody caught Alta today? MonkeyBot caught the 68.21 long into that 68.28 or so. That's Oracle 9 on 10. check back here. It needs to hold 190.47. Back above PM highs, and that one's gonna rock it. Tesla, new low a day. Back to that 182 area, guys. Tesla's a no trade for me unless we start showing something. Nice little bounce into that 186 as we talked about, but it's more of a scalp trade. I think the focus is better on PLTR, MU, Oracle, Alta, BA, all the names that we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I might look at a gold swing, guys. GLD.
You see AMD today?
No.
Having a nice day today. Just scanning through some names.
Okay.
You see the headlines on AMD, Matei?
No, I did not.
I believe some meeting with Chinese officials. Not sure entirely of the context.
Okay. Let's look it up. AMD's looks like they had an upgrade by Truist this morning. Lisa Su has announced plans to increase investment into China. So yeah, a couple things. Upgrade and then
Hey,
that headline.
Matei, can
Yep.
you check the chat, please? The admin chat, please.
Yeah.
Just can you double check the formatting on that? I always get it wrong.
Take one
Alright.
C out. Put the
Yeah, yeah.
date after.
After the gold.
GLD.
Yeah.
It's just like so hard for me.
I think I have the pre. If you see it in the beginning when you first started, it kind of puts like a sample layout too, just as a reminder if you ever forget.
Yeah, like if you hit the grade first with nothing selected.
Yeah, first if you hit clear
It'll-
and then hit grade, it'll have it pre-filled.
Oh, really? Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Apple. Okay. All right.
Nike looking like a day one fade, guys, meaning to the upside. Got off the gap down. Watch 60 for reclaim. I'm not interested really in trading it, but just noticed it. All right, I'm gonna do a scan through some names. If you guys have any names in the chat you want me to look at, just let me know. And then Space Monkey, just interrupt me if something happens. Let's start with what's up the most. So that Hut name is up again today. Interesting. NBIS. Nice move.
Did you
CCL.
review CoreWeave yet as well?
We've looked at it, but haven't reviewed it. I will. It was up on like no volume. It was really weird. Carnival. So we've noticed that airlines and travel stocks have been doing really well over the last week. CCL, big breakout today after earnings, I believe. Maybe it was an offsides play. Earnings offsides. Yeah, kind of looks like it. Rivian continuing higher. Somebody calling that out in the chat as well. Yeah, this was like bound to kind of finally catch some follow through. We'll see if it can continue or not. This does look good for a swing. I would be willing to have like a speculative swing on into like the spring or something.
March 25 is pretty nice.
Yeah, I like the idea.
That one has been going for a while.
Mm-hmm. mRNA.
As Oracle here might not be a bad ad, okay? Guys, I'm in gold here next week at 75 cents. 400 calls next week. Just got filled. 12.19. I'm gonna swing that. I like this play. I've been talking about it since yesterday.
Wow, ALB up big. This is one I used to follow. Lithium miner, ALB, Albemarle Corporation. Yeah, I agree with you on Oracle. This is one of those moments that if it's going to make a run to 200 today and act like that, you would expect to see it be a little more aggressive on a turn. If it just kind of messes around, starts to fade or chop, it's likely not going to carry the momentum.
Sorry, it's not a swing. It's today, 12.19. I called it out wrong. It is 12.19 though. It's the correct date. Can't believe it's 12.19 already. Oh my god! I thought it was next week, dude.
Wow.
Is it really almost Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It
So I
is.
guess we're trading 0 DTs on this. I need to manage this
Swinging it for the
differently.
next hour.
Oh my god.
That's a first.
Yeah. Okay. So just watching.
You can
That was
always
a little
cut and add
crazy.
the next week's if you want.
Yeah, I'm just taking a third here. Just we'll see. I'll trade the 0 DTs. I don't give a shit. Anything beyond a minute for me is a swing. You know me. Start getting nervous, sweaty palms. Ooh, I'm holding it longer than 2 minutes.
Check
I
out.
might cut this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I might cut this because it's not the idea that I wanted. I'll have my stop.
XME is an ETF for metals and mining. Looks really, really good. 105.77 breakout spot.
I just stopped that break even, guys. All out. Yeah, that was.
That's funny, dude. Never seen you do that. That's something I would do.
I don't think that's happened ever. I just can't believe it's 12. Like, it is 12.19 today. Of course it is. It's expiration.
Yeah.
All right, ignore me, guys. Can't believe that's the first thing I did today after being so patient.
It's actually really.
I am looking. Yeah, I am looking for proper trade here.
Oh, Boeing finally did it. Such a turd stock.
Oh my god, I've been like so micro. Like I've been watching it so closely, and then today off the open, I'm like, ah.
Yep. It's like that sometimes.
Was it? I think I had 2 750s at some point this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice comeback on ASML. That 1059 level, very key. Yeah, AFRM could be something. FSLR, I hate the stock, or I hate trading the stock, I should say, but it does look very coiled up on the daily. Cisco.
The reason why I'm giving gold a little second here because of what I just did. Like mentally, I just need to give myself a reset. It's like when I fat finger a trade, which has happened a few times. It's one of my kind of unwritten rules, but I just give myself a second, especially if I get out of it like without big bruise.
Yeah.
I like to give myself a minute or so just to reset.
Wow. FedEx, huge day one fade. Could be offsides here in 2 points. Costco's in a downtrend under 866.
All right, guys. A lot of 9 on 10 checkbacks here. QQQ is one of them. Nvidia's close. Oracle's not a bad play here, guys. Around $1. You have your stop below 190.85 or something. It could be a nice little turnaround here if this idea is still intact. Just calling it out as an idea. I'm not trading it, but it could be something to entertain. 9 on 10 there is doing exactly what it needs to, but it needs to pop through the PM highs here. Yeah, back to the highs.
Merck looks good. A lot of healthcare
Why are we
names.
talking about Merck?
I know, I'm just scanning the list, man. All I see is travel
What is
stocks
Merck?
and Merck.
Merck.
And AI tech trade, I guess. We'll give some credit where it's earned, I guess. Oh, and ServiceNow finally split, huh?
Let's see.
Forgot about that. I can go back to 900 now. Yeah, travel stocks, healthcare stocks. Your MDB, that looks good. I was like early with the swing idea like a month or so ago, but this is looking really nice.
It's been consolidating beautifully into that pennant, so.
Yeah. You know a name that every time I look at it is higher and I just don't understand why and then never trade it? MNST, Monster Beverage.
Oh, yes.
Look at that stock. It's like Adobe a few years back. Like, no one talked about Adobe, but Adobe just went straight up for like 10 years. That's what this stock is doing. Like, just straight up.
I mean, it's the category, right? It's the category it's in.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you have to take that into account. Like, what are the competitors? Monster. I mean, Pep. What other?
Celsius,
it's just
maybe. Coke, yeah.
Yeah. KO, MNST, CCP, KDP, Keurig. Celsius. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's it's one of those, like, it's kind of the go-to, I guess.
Yeah.
Dude, BA is what a miss today, guys. What a miss.
Yeah, BA was good. Finally did it. We talked about it, right? I mean, it was like a matter of time type of trade, but it's gonna fake out like 17 times before it goes.
I see Oracle there. It kind of failed for now, at least.
Yeah.
At least the 9 on 10, you would have been stopped out. But it was, it attempted and then failed.
Yeah, if it can turn up, then I think that's like the entry, right? Back through 192.
So the way I trade that is, you try to catch that bounce, but it needs to recover resistance in order for that to play out. So,
yeah.
And for me, that is that 192 area. You do that after the 9 on 10 bounce, then it can accelerate. I mean, it's trying to hold here, but it's a bit trickier.
Yeah. Kind of like this long on SPX. It's a small idea. 6850 call.
Yeah. We're getting the potential momentum call out here by Monkey.
Okay. Guys, I'm going to try this. I have some profits for the week, so I'm getting filled at 285 here, 6850 call. It's a very small position. Let's see if we can get a 10, 15 point move. Gamma supports it also. There's a little bit of a liquidity grab on Oracle there. A little trap one of the prior candles. See if it turns up through 192, and I think your idea plays out.
Oh, it's looking better here. Our monkey triggered 10 points here since hello. Yeah, this just shows it's definitely a trend day so far.
Yeah. We're trying to flip into that positive gamma right now still. So if it finally can get inside of that, then you have your trend variables, which that's how it's acting anyways, right? So we're like in that in-between spot. So, oh, nice. Yep, beautiful pop.
Yeah, so that's the move, right? That's the move.
That's the move. Now your stops at the lows, it either works or doesn't. It's that simple.
Right. So PM high here is that 192.40. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
That's a good example of 9 on 10. Like, yeah, those premiums went from 1 to 140 or so here. I was watching the 192.50s.
Okay, nice.
VIX new lowest, guys, back to 1537 here.
That's a positive.
Gold coming back. Yeah, so the nuclear names are moving now. Oklo, LEU, BE, energy, nuclear energy, AI energy. All right, Google held 300. Netflix held where it needed to. That 93.50 became the long play.
Micron trying to get back to that previous all-time high.
VIX ticking lower. SPX, nice little hold, guys, of that 6, 8, 10, 13.
All right, I'm here. Did I miss anything?
Yo, G money.
Never fails. Leave the desk and squeeze.
Wait, yeah, why did we not put that in the prep? You even gave us a heads up. Dang.
Why didn't I go long there, SPX? What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I did it for you.
You did it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I've morphed into you this week.
Did. What is going on?
I don't know. I did hold Micron like all day yesterday though, so it's starting to feel too much like you had to revert back to my old skins. It's a nice move.
That Gex is that Gex support because we're above the top of the Condor. So the Condor is at 68.15. So that's the mechanical Gex bounce off of 15. We'll see. So we're on the top side of it. We'll see if we end up getting back underneath it or if he gets blown up.
Blow him up. Take him out, J Money. Take him out. give you 50% of profits if you can make them go away. But it's a small position though,
Yeah.
so don't get too excited.
Yeah, how much am I gonna spend on the bid to
Bunch.
get
Oh,
50
right.
bucks?
Yeah, right. Just a couple houses. It's all right.
Apple, high a day. Getting little traction here. I'm not loving PLTR. I was interested in PLTR, but it's a little slower here, so I'm just gonna let it do its thing.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't take that Oracle trade. It's a very nice call.
Let's see. What's it doing? Yeah, I'm stupid, dude. I'm stupid. That is a perfect loan.
You're good.
192.50 is in the money.
You
I don't know
saw
what
it.
they're trading
You
at, but
saw it. That's what counts.
does it
I
really?
don't know. Well, no, not really. I guess the money counts.
doesn't.
They're at 190, or I'm sorry, 140 right now. What did you say you saw them at? $1?
Like a buck, yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. The heck is S&P doing?
I might trade Tesla today, guys. If we move down to yesterday's PM high, area around 478. I don't know, I might go long 480s, but we'll see. For a snapback, like end of day shenanigans, like they might buy that one.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's like end of day could be pretty interesting on that one. Wait for 240.
Yeah. BA potential pennant break here soon, guys.
That's a high and tight pennant too.
213. Yeah. 213 is key level, and then 215.40 is above. Like BA, when it acts like this, it often has like a pretty good trend day to look at.
Your ATR is 213.37.
Oh, so it's holding
Plus
back.
1. Yeah, it's just pinned to that right now. So, plus 2 would be somewhere around like 218, if my math is correct.
Yeah, that 221. I have like nightmares. I think it's 221.33. Let's see.
Yeah.
221.33. Look at that. That's the February 14 high. A couple years ago, I remember like attempting to trade that a few times. And then once we caught it, it was like on a news headline that it just flew. Yeah, 221.33 is a huge level above.
And that was such a crazy trade in 2020. The stock looked like it was going to zero. I mean, it basically got bailed out.
Yeah. All right, PLTR 9 on 10 here.
PLTR.
I'm watching. They're pretty cheap, the PLTR long calls here.
Just got the next week's 12/19s. You missed a rare monkey mistake, J Money.
Oh, wow!
It's
I did
never
miss an
happened.
eventful
Yeah.
morning.
I thought I was taking
Yeah.
next week 400 calls, and it was today 400 calls.
Hey, and I bet it worked out pretty nice. I've done that before.
I took a very quick partial, and then I cut it at break even.
Yeah, that once you notice it, usually
Like shit.
close it pretty quick. But there's been one time where I didn't notice it, and it actually, it's like almost better if you're not you weren't aware of it, so you just let it play out, and like, man, these are moving really nicely.
There
It
was
literally wasn't until I like closed the position that I saw that it was
Wow,
0
that's lit.
DTE.
That's crazy. There was I remember vividly, I was actually driving, not that I'm condoning trading and driving. I was going to pick up Chipotle, and I was trying to buy 10 contracts of Spotify, and I accidentally bought 100 and didn't realize it. And like I pulled into the parking lot, I was up like 10 grand, and I was like, wait, what? And I just closed it out immediately. I was
Oh
like,
my God.
wow.
Oh,
I think I actually remember. I think it was Netflix above 308 that I had 0 DTE calls, and Netflix did one of its Netflix just squeeze moves. Pretty sure
Nice.
that's what it was.
It's always nice when it works out in your favor, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at this RK for this member real quick, and then I have one more story. I don't see much here, honestly. I don't know if you guys have anything. Weekly.
I am filled here, guys. 190 calls, PLTR.
Cool. Let me put PLT
In
on
the
this
money,
stream.
just 192.50 is a little too cheap for me. Taking 190s. I'd be willing to add to this if we move back down to 189 for that bounce. I'm trying to play the 190 call swing for today. So I'm starting off with a small. I'm ready to go. You know, was grade B on that. If I'm adding.
All right.
If the 9 on 10 bounces here, we'll get a nice trade in. Otherwise, I'll just add and catch that second.
PLTR. Okay.
Sorry, Mate.
No, you're good. I just want to put PLTR on the stream. Talking to myself. All right. Last story, and interrupt me if you need to. But so J Money probably remembers this. Most profitable haircut of my life. So I think it was 2020, like when all the like commodities were just blowing up, I started trading futures because they were just so in play, like wheat, oil, and nat gas, and all of that stuff, right? So I had a stint where I was trading that, and nat gas set up a trade, and I was walking into a haircut appointment, and I didn't read the tick value properly. I was off like pretty significantly on what I thought, and I thought I'd be risking like $5,000 or something like that based on where I put my stop in, and it was like with leverage over $1 million position. I walked out and it was up like 30K, and I just was like, what just happened, and closed it out. So I tend to be better when I don't know what's going on, apparently. Trading. But there was the tick value of futures I had off by like a decimal or something. I'd never traded nat gas before, and so that happened. I don't think I slept for an entire year trading futures. I don't know how you do it, J Money.
That's the problem.
Well, I don't look at nat gas or wheat. I'll tell you that much.
I was trading wheat when it was like limiting up every night. It was insane.
Wow.
That was a big run, honestly. That was good and it can be good and bad. It's like swinging some pretty big P&L in both directions. It's stressful.
Hold on. How? What made you stop that?
Because everything just slowed down on it. It just didn't move anymore. Yeah.
But it was successful, right? You did well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was actually like really unique. It was a good example of like being aligned with a theme in the market, right? Like that was just what was in play. Even though I had no idea, I was just trading most of it technically, right? But the way that there was like the metals were moving, like hog futures, everything was moving. I didn't trade that, but I watched like all of it. It's crazy. Nat gas was the craziest one though, for sure.
All right, guys, watch Tesla here. This is the area where we could catch a bit of a bounce. If this 478 fails, we could see 475, 476. PLTR, I kind of want to move. I want it to move down to 189, and I'll add to it.
So 6810, kind of the pivot for the rest of the day. I have two options. We've seen both of these examples in the gamma profile in the last couple weeks, where we either hold 6810 and then clear 6835 for that grind into 6850, and then if 6810 fails, we fail out of supportive. We're in negative gamma suppressive with the polar below us, and we can see kind of the give it all back move that we've seen a few times this week, where we move back into 6,800 and below. So just be aware of that going forward. As long as above 6,810, then you kind of just keep your assumption that we're going to grind higher. But we have to clear 35 for that kind of trend move. Not a squeeze move. It'll slow down and be super grindy, but it will pull into 6,850 slowly if we hold above 6,835.
Cool. Beautiful Christmas reading. Yesterday's highs once again.
Yeah, if this doesn't hold, I might just cut that small position. It technically could go to 0, but we've had a good day. We'd rather just preserve some premium. If we get that slow grind into 50, those premiums might not end up paying anyways. Might be better to be out in like the 35s or 40s. All right, for those that are on X or wherever you are listening, if you guys have questions or anything you want to review from the week or today, let us know. Give a few minutes to make that available. But things are kind of starting to slow down a bit. We usually take a little break and then we are on the stream pretty much all day and just call out things as they happen. But if it slows down, we kind of step away for a minute. So
I just added some PLTR.
Oracle looking good.
Yeah, gold is looking good again. Wings, your DTEs. We're still above yesterday's highs. We're still holding this trend. My stop on PLTR would be below 188.40.
Somebody asked if 477 is a must hold for Tesla. I don't know if I would say it's a must hold. I guess it depends on the context of what you're looking at. To me, I think at 470 to 474, it's best to stay above that. Everything above that's just consolidating to me. But feel free to weigh in if you have thoughts, Space Monkey. PLTR is for this week, GR.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was just answering someone in the X chat. They're asking about the expiration for PLTR.
Yeah, only swing 0 DTs. Nice little push there, guys. Nice little add so far. You need above that 190, 50 area to flip that 9 on 10. Silver moving nice today, guys. Back above 60.48 SLV.
Good call.
Pop BA, high day. PLTR rejected that. PLTR flip. 9 on 10 flip. And 9 on 10, all it is, guys, just because we have people that are maybe not familiar, is the 9 moving average on the 10-minute chart.
TikTok owner BitDance on track for 50 billion in profit in 2025.
EA new high day, guys. Microsoft failing. So PLTR, the stop is priced in, meaning if I stop, I'm okay. I'll be giving back some of the profits from earlier this week. But could be a nice little turn here. The market's still holding up, so we're holding above yesterday's highs, above that 6810 area. So theoretically, we should see a bit of a turn. If it doesn't, then I'll cut it and move on. EE turning here.
Kind of want to see this turn in the market hold, or I'll preserve premium on the 50s. I still think it can work, and at the end of the day, I'm managing profit from the week, so would rather not babysit it.
EE's trying to turn here. Guys, I'm green on the 190s here. Back in here on my average. Just needed to flip that 190.40, and then we can see a push. Need the overall market to hold right here. See Tesla's bouncing here, kind of where it needs to. Still no bottom in sight, but just calling it out. That's respecting that 478. You want to see that go red to green. Google, pretty tight pennant near the highs. PLTR is attempting to push here. Premium is a little slow. It's the only warning here. Come on, PLTR.
Wake up.
Fuck now. Oh shit, I can't swear, right?
Crap.
End
Crap,
stream.
I'm
End
live. I
stream.
thought I was
I
on
always,
mute.
I'm super good. I always cover it up, so nobody even heard it. I always just censor it.
A few thousand people.
John will never know.
There's only 3,000 people
I
on
thought
the
I was on
stream.
mute. There
No
it
big
goes.
deal. Gold
Do I?
volume, big volume on gold, biggest volume of the entire session.
Frick gets gold. God. What it did yesterday.
This 5 bar is 275,000 volume. For reference, the open was 192.
Yes, big.
Yeah. Some might call that real. Some real volume. Did you end up putting the swing on? The actual swing?
No, I got into PLTR instead.
Okay.
That would have been a good idea, I think. Silver new
Still
highs.
could be.
GLD. Yep. PLTR doing something good here, guys.
I might put a swing on. Small. I might steal your idea.
Do it. It's above 400 here, guys. Nice call out, though.
Guys, I'm going to put a small swing
Yep,
on
you
this.
already-
I like it for Monday. See if we can get a gap up over the weekend.
Yeah, it's holding 400 nicely here, guys. Silver's pushing higher as well, so there's this real nice kind of synchronicity going on. Yeah, it was a good idea. 400s, even 0 DTEs would have played out, I guess, if I had held it, but that wasn't
Yeah.
the idea, so I just had to cut them. Yeah.
It was the right decision. Yeah. All right, guys. If 15 can't hold here on S&P, it's like $1.30 of the 50s. I'm just gonna preserve. But we're just trending really. It's just holding. It's just slow and methodical so far. Let's see what the last gamma update looks like. They're technically still in this negative gamma. Supportive charm. Polar's influence is still down at 6,800. There's not a whole lot going on here. Rick from X Chat said you can swear he's been doing it all morning.
I usually let some slip. But I have to be on my best behavior, guys.
right, that's that little wick off 15 on SBX that I wanted to see. Now we'll just see if it holds. That could be the better entry for the idea.
Yeah.
I still think like 30s are better than 50s, even though we think we can get to 50. The way there could be pretty slow. So.
So the way I would trade this is I would have the stop below there and just go long. Size to 0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Really nice pop on Oracle. See if we can get over the highs.
Playing out really nice.
If Oracle gets over these highs and runs to 200, those contracts are like literally 10 cents. That's a very interesting lotto, given the context of the day to me.
Yeah, Oracle 9 on 10 bounce was good. But hey, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
See your
Can you hear me?
lights. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay.
Okay.
I kind of want to put on a smaller account challenge SPX long. I do like the defined kind of risk here.
So raw.
State 30s are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just watching some calls.
Somebody in the X chat asked, "Don't you feel like the bounce already happened? Now trapping more buyers."
No.
Yeah, I don't either. I think we both share the same sentiment. The way that 67, 64 is held this week, it's a major weekly pivot. I think sellers are off sides here. So it doesn't mean that we have to go higher necessarily, but after defending so many times, the odds to me are to the upside. And then that would be wrong under 67, 64, right? Like I think if you break that spot now it becomes a high conviction short for me.
Yeah.
Come on, Oracle, don't do that. Let's see what value is. So Oracle hit the top of value to the literal cent and backing off here. Micron did the same thing.
Guys, I'm in some 6 to 840 calls here. Smaller account challenge. I'm taking a shot with a 50% stop or a break of yesterday's highs.
Yeah, I like the 40s better. This is how it always goes. I get a further out strike. About an hour later, you'll get a closer one. That one will work, and mine will die. I feel like this has happened.
Part of my indicator here.
Yeah, this is not new.
Today is my indicator.
I'm starting to notice a trend here.
I'm just becoming the way you were, man.
Yeah, what the heck is going on?
I'm so patient here.
Jeez. Premium is
I was waiting for
coming
that.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was waiting for that yesterday's high to hold.
Yeah, that was a nice little turn. Those are probably moving pretty decent, yeah?
5, yeah. Fast. PLTR, 191, 191. Let's go, baby. All right, so the tick is turning here. Let's see if we can move. Like, some of the stuff I look for are looking pretty good. Guys, I just got filled here. Took some off here. Just to trim, give me some buffer. a smaller account, SPX long, I took some off here. Okay. Be a 5 off. Shit, now I need to manage PLTR here. I'm not even looking at it. Okay, good.
Oracle needs some volume to step in over 193.50.
I just took some off here, guys. Some PLTR took some off. Took half of it off. It was a bigger position, so it's just taking half off. It is 0 DTE. We're back above the 9 on 10 here. So what you can do to manage, you can add your stop to entry price, or if you take a sharp turn below 189, that would be definitely like harder to the upside. BX still holding in what looks like a bullish pennant here, holding yesterday's highs back above 9 on 10. Sorry, 9-day moving average, held a 9 on 10, back above 6820. It's still in the same range here, but next above would be 6838.40, and then above that would be 6852. I will hold 2 out of the 5, wanting that break of high at day and then plus. But we're in the same range here. Nothing's changed really.
Did we talk about CoreWeave? I don't think so. Yeah, CoreWeave, it's a weird one for me anyway today. Mainly because there was like hardly any volume in the pre-market, which to me is a strange discrepancy when stock gaps up 5%. I don't see that often. So yeah, it's kind of, to me, it's in the random category, but it was a nice move off the open today. Probably some of the witching going on just caused that, honestly. Sometimes weak names get bought up aggressively like that. So yeah, not too much to say personally. I think over 84.40 starts to become a little bit more of interest on CoreWeave. Start to get back above 80, between 85 and 91. If it starts to turn back through that, get above some of the EMAs, that would be a little bit of a better look for CoreWeave. But lately, it's just been kind of a harder stock to trade.
Yeah, Oracle, beautiful bounce off of that 191 area where the 9 on 10 was. It broke that PM high and now floating back up to the high. It is just picture perfect.
Yeah, beautiful.
I'm hoping for something similar with PLTR. NVIDIA looks like it's doing something like that as well. You start trying to flip that as well with SPX near the highs here. So what I would like here now is a fast pop into high day SPX. I'll take advantage of that premium pop. I'll sell 1 out of the 2 that I'm holding still here, and then I'll let 1 run probably until 0. Hoping to catch that squeeze or, 0 risk, basically. All right. PLTR 190 calls moving nicely here, guys. Premium increasing here. I'll be willing to take some off near high day if we get there. Yeah, anybody on X, let us know if you caught any of these moves today. We've had a few good ones, actually. I know today had a really incredible one off the open, MU. Oracle, right?
Yeah, and the roll-ups paid really well on MU from yesterday. Yeah.
Feel pretty good about this PLTR, the way I managed it. SPX is playing out really nicely here. Obviously, always risky with 0 DTEs, but I felt like that was a good risk reward trade, and it's playing out really nicely here.
Yep. Love to see like a 5-10 point pop on S&P. So our flip line is at 35. The gamma flip line.
Okay, so
we're like in the in-between stage right now, trying to get out of the negative gamma into positive gamma. The charm is still largely supportive, which is good for upside. So
What's charm?
I don't know. Prince Charming. Charm is a secret recipe. Can't release all the ingredients.
SPX calls hitting $6 here, really nicely. PLTR accelerating here nicely as well, guys.
Guys, I'm cutting the 6850s, just preserving premium. It's like a small L, like very small, 20%. The reason why, I think we can still get to 50. I just think Space Monkey's entry and strike selection was better. So I've been down this road a few times, so just trying to grow.
Out some PLTR here, just below $2. I'll let some ride here.
Nice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just wanted to call it.
Yep.
Yeah, so one of the members asking about Tesla. Pretty much according to plan, right? The bounce off of 478 area into that 480. But you need to move above 480. You need to flip that 9 on 10. I think that could happen end of session towards the close. So for now, that was just a scalp idea.
Very nice. Yeah, I just posted an update, but I think I'm a little too far away on the strike for it being a slower move. I still think we can get to 50 for what it's worth, but like I said, I think the timing of your trade in the 40s, 35 or 40s would have been better. Those paid on that move. That way you can lock some profit into strength like we just saw, and then it's easier just to let runners just do their thing. And then if runners die, then it's no big deal.
Yeah.
So I'm fine just being flat.
Yeah. Good job, Anthony and PLTR with me. SPX, so those move to... If this was more of a scalp idea, I would have held it a little longer and then taken, 4 out of 5 into that momentum move higher. And so I chose to take 3 out of and just hold 2. So once again, I'm using profits from the week here for this. Real nice move. Tesla coming back here now. Watch 480.66. That would be a flip and push for 484 possible. Red to green is what you want to see. BA pushing nicely. We're seeing some nice momentum here in some of these names. BA, Tesla pushing. Almost acting like there's news or something, but it's probably just shenanigans on a day like today. All right, 6840s, SPX holding premium pretty nicely here. We're still above where we got in. So it's all good. Good job, Chris, making 50% on PLTR here. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. That's what I was talking about earlier, where the strong names that are in play for the day, they usually give you more than one entry. Obviously, it's exciting to catch that open drive, and we had that on our radar. I just couldn't get in, and so we just have to be patient and catch that second move. All right, guys, BA's moving into that 215. 215.40 is resistant above. Just a perfect move above 207. Broke that 210 today and just flew. We had the 207.50s, I believe, earlier in the week, so it took a few days extra to ramp up, but it did. BA flipped the 9 on 10 back to high a day. Tesla, 478, now 481. So that one is trying to put in a bottom here, okay? Anybody went long off of that 78? It was almost perfect. A few, like 15 cents or so. Sorry, 25, 26 cents below 478 and then bounce. 5840 is holding premium nicely here, trading around 540, 550. SPX in a nice little trend day. Buyers is stepping in here. There's one more variable or one more thing that I'm watching for here for us to catch a bigger move. And if that happens, we could see move into that 52.
I think something you said is going to kind of replay it for maybe some of the newer folks. But in the pre-market, we talked about Oracle, that opening drive and all that. But you mentioned something that we also mentioned, that is, if you miss the first move, it's fine. The best trades, if they are going to trend all day, they're going to set up a secondary entry. So you want to be aligned with the best names anyway. That's where the most money is to be made. So if you miss a certain move, the odds, if it is, that stock for the day that's making really good moves, the odds that it sets up a secondary move is much, much more elevated. And so a lot of people, feel FOMO or feel like they, miss something. But the reality is, if that's going to be a really in play name, a really good stock for the session, there will be another opportunity. The opportunity might not be as much, expected value as the other one. But it doesn't mean that there's not an opportunity to make money on those. Oracle's a perfect example of that so far today. You missed that opening drive. We called out that, 190, 191 kind of turn and hold that paid, really, really nicely. Let's see actually what the 192.50s you called out at about $1. Those are at 170 right now, right? So 70% on a secondary op. It's very, very good. Boeing, another one. So very big move, direct move up at the open. Hung around 212 for a second, turned higher. And then we have ATR at 213. It was pinned to ATR from 10 o'clock to 10:50. So basically 50 minutes of just sideways consolidation. You have a less than $1 stop. You could take the turn through as it pops out of that range and catch, a multi-point move, right? So it's always better to not chase something or feel the need to, force a trade. There's always going to be another opportunity. So just want to call that out.
How do you know if a stock is in play, or one to watch for a secondary entry on?
Yeah, good question. So to me, there's like the simple answer is elevated volume. So like if you're looking to quantify, a stock that's in play, you can add RVOL to your charts on TradingView, so relative volume. If something's in play, it's going to have more volume than usual, which is just very, very logical, right? If more people are focused on it, they're probably focused on it for a reason. The more people that are there, the more likely a stock's going to move. This is like a fundamental element of edge and what edge, is rooted in. If you're trading something that's not, no one's participating in, you're basically just fighting algos, institutions, whatever, right? And you're fighting within whatever the stock's typical range is for that day. But if you're trading a stock like Oracle that's trading 2 times its normal volume, the odds that it expands outside its normal range are elevated, and the odds that the momentum is better and sees follow through is elevated. So you just increase your odds of success just simply by focusing on something that is quote unquote in play. And the easiest, there's other things to think about, but the easiest way to do that, in my opinion, is just look at the volume, look at the relative volume. If it's above 1, and the higher it is, the more people are going to be there participating. So the more likely it is to move.
BA, just fantastic move, guys. It's just be careful chasing BA. Okay, I think the real trade was further down. It also gave you a secondary entry on that 213 back test. It was sitting in a very tight pennant. We called it out earlier. Then it made that move back towards high day, break of high day, and now squeezing towards that 215.40. So the risk reward here is not great. Another one that's moving off the lows we called out, Tesla. Nice little 480 call. If you caught that, beautiful move. We're trading above 481 here. PLTR, I'm still waiting for PLTR to put in that candle towards the high day. A very small candle on this bounce. Although they're buying it, it's very mechanical. I need this explosive move back to 192.50 for that squeeze above. IWM, new high a day here, close to new high a day. SPX, another one that's pretty slow and pushing higher, getting bought on dips, but little too slow for me. If I can just bring in another name here, it would be Meta. Give me a.
Oh, I think we just lost him. I think his connection just went out. He was talking about Meta, so I'll just riff.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, he's back.
I'm here. I just had to mute. My daughter just came back from school. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Guys, Meta's been strong all week, so just carrying on what Space Monkey was looking at here. It's been strong all week, and we saw Tesla strong all week, and then they both were weak initially today. Now they're starting to rebound off the lows. So just look for possible rotation back into some of the leaders, some of the stronger names. This is not uncommon when you have triple witching going on. So this right now, it's technical, nothing I would say overly compelling. The volume is average. It's not bad. It's not great. But more or less, it is rotating back up into the range. And if the market starts to break out and leaders, start pushing, look for a push back to the highs at 670. If we get back above 670, this could really start to move a little bit faster, and you'd probably see the volume pick up as well. So important spot to hold is at 661. 661, 662 on dips.
I'm back.
Okay, I'm going to step away for just a sec. I rambled about Meta, but I don't know if it's what you were going to say.
Yeah, no, I think you mentioned, I was listening in. Yeah, you mentioned what I'm looking for here. I think you can see a move towards that 670, 671 breaks. We can see a squeeze. The 200-day moving average is right there, so you want to be aware of those. It's sitting at 671.30 here.
Before I step away for a
money.
sec, I was just going to tell you, if you don't already know, ATR on PLTR is 193.93, basically 194.
Okay.
So has room, and the volume is looking pretty good.
Okay, that's good to know.
All right, I'll be back.
That's good to know. Yep. Show me the money traded SPX PLTR. Well done. Scalp so far. The SPX moved nicely towards that 6. I still think we could push higher, but see what PLTR does here. If it breaks through this 667, there's an important area at PM, which if it can, we can see a little bit of a push. RVol, you can get that indicator on TradingView. I think we have in the educational section, we have some documents around that, I believe, how to set it up properly. It looks hungry here. Let's see if it does a faker, but if it pushes here and the market bounces, it could really move. Tesla, guys, what a nice little bounce there, guys. Really nice. I really like that one. The premium is building on Meta. I'm watching it very closely here as we're talking. Meta 666, sorry, 667.50. slow but building. So we'll see. We'll see if it pushes, but we need SPX to push here. And I think Meta could be one of those that push. All right, BA straight into that 215.40. Beautiful move. As we know, oh man, Tesla's just pushing here. It flipped the 9 on 10. That's technically we can see a squeeze soon here. On SPX. 10 more points, please. We have EU closing here soon. There we go, SPX. Let's see if we can get that 10-point move here soon. I'm already in SPX calls, guys. We might see a fast move here. Monkey bot just calling a little bit of a squeeze here. And it could just be a couple points, usually 5, 10 points. Potential squeeze move coming here, guys. If you can do what I'm looking for here. Yeah, Chucky, go call it double top. That's why I'm saying, like, if this pushes here, you can see a nice little pop. It's hard buying these breakouts, guys. You need to buy support. Nvidia coming back nicely. Theo, check this out. Guys, watch meta here. I think this one 650s are moving nicely. Has a pretty good shot at pushing if the market actually pushes. Those premiums are coming back nicely. Needs to break above here. All right, Tesla 480. If that holds, could be nice to scalp. Nice call out. Nvidia looking good here. Back above 180 could be interesting. Tesla back at 480 here. As it flipped the 9 on 10, you want to see it hold. That's here. Nice put play, Avery. Yeah, that was a tricky because, like, technically that's a 9 on 10 put play off the 9 on 10. But it did break and now it's back below. So let's see if it accelerates down to the lower day. If it gets back above, you got to be cautious. It's just trickier here in the middle of the day. I think we might see something later in the session, but for now, I kind of like what Meta's doing. I think that one might see an explosive move. It's just hard to kind of tell when. It's been chopping around the 67. Above 67, we can see that 70 run. Yeah, nice Tesla. Right, that's the 482. So 478 into 482, 4 points. You trade the 480 calls. Beautiful. Yeah, nice short there. The A. Nvidia relatively strong here. Guys, the PLTR partial that I'm holding, I will hold for a little longer here, but starting to curl here, a lower high intraday. We never get that expansive move above the 9, so see. Yeah, shit. Tesla, nice. What a nice candle. Yeah, those premiums are moving nicely on Meta. I'm just tracking the premiums. You want to see a break of this area here, and then we could potentially see a move to just shy of 670. They really try to keep Meta down here. Anybody caught that? Caught that 667.50 on Meadows? Tricky herb. I think this one could play out if you break above 667, 67. Sorry, 667.50. So I think it's hard for me to call out any longs SPX. I think SPX is supporting longs, but the real entry was lower. Okay, so I'm not gonna call something out if I don't feel confident in it. I think a dip back down to 6820, maybe 6822. Over here now, you have to be patient and let it play out. But yeah, of course, if I see something, I'll always call it out. I think there might be better opportunities in other in stocks at this point. So Meta was one of those that I called out. Potentially Nvidia above high day. This one could move to 182, 184, 182, 84 rather. Sorry, above 180 here. High day could see a nice little squeeze. But if not, you can always wait for end of day. SPX could see a bigger move potentially. How do I manage a swing versus day trade? So with swings, if there's a thesis that I'm particularly like fond of, like the gold play, for example, I do think that generally I believe in gold pushing into new all-time highs. So that's about on GLD at least, it's about 3 points higher because of the nature of that stock, or sorry, stock, like because of how GLD moves and the nature of that, part of the market, silver, just all these names. Uh, I like to take a little time and I try to buy the dip. I don't play the dip immediately. I track it. If the thesis kind of lines up, then I go for it. But obviously, like if you're trading zero DTEs or if you're trading weeklies, you have to be a lot more disciplined with your stops, with your position sizing. If you're swinging, you have a little more room. You can always leg into things as well. So I would say the most important. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at Tesla here. They just sucked in those bulls and they just ripped it lower here. Yeah, ugly move, Tesla. Failed breakout here. Um, you like Meta 670 for swing for next week? I don't know, and I'll tell you why. It all depends on where SPX closes. Right? If you close back below 50-day moving average, I'd be cautious swinging. If you close above the 50-day or 6,800, we're still in a range. So that's what I would look for. And if you're gonna swing next week, you don't have to be too you don't have to rush into it, right? There's plenty of time. Give yourself the best odds for a push in that right direction. Day one, I'm down like 25% at times, so I cut. But if you look at the I don't understand, Duva. Can you please explain what you're asking for or what you're trying to say? Sorry. So SPX is a 9 on 10 here, so this could potentially be a long. You have your stop below 25. Tight 2 point stop, potentially bounce. A little slower, a little more risky. Could pay. Sorry, just watching something here. I'm all out. PLTR 190 calls. I think it's looking less attractive here.
Monkey bot knows.
Dude. Six 831 was the trigger. We're trading around 24. Yeah, not a whole lot I want to do here. Um, I'm contemplating just cutting my 6840s. Just preserving some premium there. We had a nice little scalp. I think it almost moved to 7 from our entry, and it was all part of the idea. All right, so that's your 9-day moving average, also around that 6820 area, SPX. I think when it comes to swing trading, there are periods where I feel like swing trading works better than others. I would say when you're in a balance area like this, it's always harder. It's a lot more choppier conditions to swing, right? If we're in a clear upside trend, which SPX has been in, as far as like uh, periods at a time here on 2025, you can see like since the April lows, it was a pretty clean upside move into new all-time highs. We did see that October pullback, October 10, and then October 10 provided new all-time highs, and then that pullback, which also provided a nice little swing opportunity. So I would say swings are good at times when there's a defined trend. So once that like dip happened and we saw that it was a failed breakdown and we saw this established new trend back to the highs, like that was the period to trade swings. Also, swings could be obviously um, looked at parts of the market, right? So if you have part of the market that is perhaps underserved, right, and you want to get in before they move, if you have a thesis for something like that, then perhaps you can layer into something that you could take, over the next few months, perhaps. So it depends. Swing trading, it's its own art, its own way of kind of doing things. I'm not a swing trader at all, but I like swinging or buying shares on things that start selling off heavily. I always bring up crowd as one of those examples. So you look on like crowd daily, when that hack happened back in 2024 in August, I mean, that was a perfect area to go long because of the nature of that stock, that company. It's a healthy stock. It's a healthy company. It's a very good company. So those are the moments I like to go swing. So either you go with overall market health and rotational perhaps strength into the sectors and you focus on that, or you take advantage of these kind of knee-jerk reactions after big sell-offs. But as I said, like swing trading is its own thing. I'm not a swing trader. Um, Definitely could be profitable if you know how to do it right.
Hey, I'm back for a moment here. Oracle popping up to the highs here. This is a good sign. If we can break high a day, I think we can squeeze.
191, 194. Yeah, what a nice long there. Okay, beautiful. Good example though for people to see like how you can trade that secondary entry.
Right. It's actually, yeah. We could probably drop off the live on public. You need to step away for about an hour, unless you want me to keep it running. Your call.
No, I mean I'm gonna step away as well soon.
Okay.
So it's up to you what you want to do. But I'll be back. So if you want to keep it running, you can. Maybe just add like we'll be back or something.
Okay.
It's up to you. I'm not gonna go for too long. I might just go get a coffee and come back.
Yeah.
I'm liking what SPX is doing here. It's holding that 20. It's bouncing off that 20. So it's just in a range here. Yeah, so one of the members asked for a long SPX. That 21 area was your long, as I call that. Right, 22, 21 area. Yeah, meta pushing highs here. Those premiums a little slow here. But if this pushes into new high day here, it would just be a good sign for the overall market that we might see new highs. Buyers are stepping in here nicely as well. So this is a real nice green candle. There's nothing fake about it. Anybody caught that 10-point move or 8-point move SPX? That was a beautiful check back to that 2220 area. We're still in a range here, but that could be a nice little turn. Well done, Chris. Well done, sir. Yeah, I think with Meta, it's going to be tricky until we can clear that 671. I just don't. I just do think, considering how it's trading right now, you might have an intraday pop at some point towards that 670 and potentially 671. It's just one of those things where you have to be in it in order to capture that premium. So for now, it's just kind of chopping around. All right, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'm gonna go get a coffee so we can be well caffeinated into the second bit of this market, because I'm falling asleep with this price action. As far as what we need to look for here is to break a high day. 68.38.40 is an interesting level that I have in my chart. 68.38.40 breaks. We can see move to 50, 52 plus, 55 plus. I would say BA is holding up really beautifully. PLTR kind of fading a bit. Not really super interested in that, but it is still sitting in what looks like a bull flag, an intraday bull flag here that potentially could be traded if you see a little bit of divergence there. Oracle back to the high day, that 9 on 10 bounce off of that 190, 190, 50, 191, provided almost high day. So riding that 9 perfectly. Meta is on a verge for, I think, a 2-3 point pop here soon. Other than that, I don't see much. There are a lot of names that are moving today, but we're just consolidating. And let's see what happens here into the lunch hour. If we see some sort of fade, and often the fade could get bought up fairly nicely into the end of the day. All right, so I'm just gonna turn off my camera here for a sec, and I'll be back in just a bit. All right, guys, I am back. How's it going? I can see that since I left, SPX is breaking towards that 68, 38, 40 level. Meta is making that move as well, which is fantastic. PLTR back up to the highs. Can you guys confirm they can hear me, please, members? Okay, thank you. NVIDIA new high a day. So everything is just playing out the way it's supposed to. That dip into that 22 got bought up very nicely. I'm still in 40s. They're back nicely here. Let's see if we can break 38, 40 and push towards 52. It's taking a sweet ass time here. So VIX doing very low here, guys. It's trading around 1533, so it's down nicely today. Down almost 10%. Yeah, we have some nice movers here, guys. It's very little to do here. As I said, you need to be in things to catch that meta 667.50s. They were trading around. Take a look. Yeah, they were trading like 150 or something. Oh, that's good, cheeky. We'll see about that, dude. That is pro plus plus, like we say. Who caught meta, guys? That was a nice intraday setup, relative strength push. PLTR might still play out like fantastically. If you can break this 191.50, we can. Well done, Chucky. Beautiful. All right, can get explosive here, guys. MonkeyBot is flashing some potential momentum move higher here. We need through this level here, okay? State 40 is trading nicely here. Yeah, nice little push here, guys. Just premium is a little slow. I don't know if it's just me, but Tesla a little trickier, guys. I think not super in love with it. Watch Oracle above high a day here or 94. Could see a bit of a squeeze. Microsoft is breaking the downside trend. Is still an inside day. These 6840s are very, very slow. Yeah, I'm seeing the same, Russell. Getting a bit of a crush here. Maybe that's why. My target is 50 ultimately. I think we can see a slight push above 40 into maybe 42 or something. Needs to break this 3840. It's a little slow. Okay, it's a little slow. RIVN. Nice little push today. Continuation move above that 20. I'm gonna squeezing nicely. Nice target around 25, I would say. I didn't get that coffee I was hoping for. The dog had to go outside. I saw SPX move, and I was like, shit, I have to get to my machine. All right, we're testing previous day high right here. So premium was a little slow there near that 38 test, so we're getting a little bit of a pullback. Everything is just kind of mechanical here. As this could be an low kind of confidence entry if we hold this 34. We double topped near that area earlier today, and this is a breakout back test. If it holds, we can push higher. I'm not sure about Tesla. We either moved back above 485 or it just gets held around these areas. just because it is witching day. It could catch a nice little bid end of day, but it's a lottery ticket. I did, excuse me, I like that 478, and then that failed breakdown of 478 was also a nice secondary entry. And now we'll see. It's looking pretty good. We're still, we could end up green on the day, which would be super powerful. I actually think there's a play in SPX still here, right? So trying to be patient. Yeah, nice entry, cheeky. Next entry Tesla for me at least is 482. That's the pivot from this week. Yeah. Anybody got in on that back test? That was really nice. Those were cheap. 34 or so. Yeah, it's a bit of a scalp. We need through this 38 here. It's a little slow still. Yeah, GS is actually breaking that trend line on the daily. JPM is doing something similar. MS still below the 9, but it's also testing that trend line on the daily. BAC, they all look the same. All these banks. XLF similarly, right at 55. All right. Do we have anybody watching this thing? Take a look. Just me yapping. Definitely not anybody watching this, right? All right, 4,000 people watching. And I'm yapping. Oh boy. And there's no dad is away. Mom is hiding. Don't ask me who's who. Oh boy. It's gonna get wild in here. It is gonna get wild in here. Let me take a look at the chat. I gotta open up this chat so if anybody's asking questions. Oh, 200. Okay, so the number I'm looking at is no, so we're also streaming to X and other places. No, show me the money. We don't do that. At least not yet. It's not that bad yet. SPX doing nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. What is the setup? So I'm just reading off some questions or comments here. Not a whole lot is happening, guys. Things are kind of fading a bit. What I'm liking here is the way PLTR is holding. The reason I sold it earlier is just looking kind of, it was looking a bit heavy, but also we're trading 0 DTEs. So I was a little more disciplined with that. I will stop out on the 40s at 370. Preserving some premium. Maybe I'll get in again. We got in at 4, remember? Just preserving some. I only have 2 contracts left. I do feel like we could see a push. It's just you have to. It's just way too slow, and Theta's gonna kick in soon. But technically speaking, it's doing exactly what it needs to. Do we have any questions by anybody? We can talk a little bit about anything that you guys feel like you need to or want to talk about. I'm at your disposal just for a couple more hours. Nothing's going on. I don't see any setups. If I see it, I'll call it out. I'll start screaming. it's interesting kind of area. I mean, maybe we can take a broader look at SPX and see how this week has kind of played out. And I can give you my take on where we are and maybe where we can go. I will be managing my SPX. So you guys can't see my chart, but if you want to just kind of tag along, members, I think I'm sharing my chart in the WAP if you want to go there. But if not, just pull up the weekly. So, just broadly speaking, SPX here, uh, since November, after that big sell-off to the lows, we've seen a slow and steady kind of push and pull. Okay. So if you look at the weekly, the last 3 weeks has been, um, pretty. Sorry, my chart is not working. Okay, there it is. That looks more accurate. Oh, nice pop here. SPX. So the weekly, what the weekly shows is that after that big dip in November, end of November, we saw a nice big comeback, right? And ever since we've been sitting in a weekly bounce. We are one time framing higher after that low. So what that means is that as long as we're one time framing higher, it's hard to short, right? One time framing allows you to be on the right side of the trend. It's hard to short the SPX, with confidence on a longer time frame, as long as we're doing what we're doing here. If you look on the weekly here, and I'll share my screenshot with you guys in the trading chat, you can see how the attempt to break below the previous 2 weeks around 6,800 failed. Right, we saw an acceleration the other day. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a reversal sign here, potentially. Um, it's developing, so we'll see. But the move below 6,800 failed, right? We did close below yesterday, and then today we held the 50-day, and they popped the crap out of it back above 6,800. So for me, that is just pretty bullish price action, right? It's price action that's hard to short. You have VIX moving back down to 15 handle. And as far as some of the things that I look for, everything is lining up for higher. Now, it's hard to kind of bet the house on it because of the nature of this price action that's happened lately. Okay. It's more of an intraday scalper, more, you have to be more strategic. You have to be a little more tactical in your approach. But that's what's happened up until this point. So what could happen is that we could break 6,900 the next few days. And then we can see this accelerated move, obviously, to all-time highs just above it, around 6,920, and then make a move towards 7,000. Right. So that is the scenario. Now, can we recover 6,855? That would be the 9-day moving average. For me, that's important because that tells me that the shorter term, like daily trend, is to the upside. This is a fantastic push higher, guys, into new higher day. The bot caught that beautifully off that 35 test. Back to higher day here, moving 68, 38, 40. Break of that, we could see a nice little move towards those 50s eventually. The 6840 calls almost hit my stop. It's back towards that 6. Okay, so far, so good. So big picture, I think SPX is holding up really nicely. I think it's hard to, as I said, to be super bearish when every time we move lower, the bulls step in and push it higher. Just a fantastic push higher SPX here. Just kind of effing around here. I need a break of the 6838. So there's a question in regards to like how I sell things. If I have confidence, I'll just sell partials, like 1/4, right? If I have less confidence or if it's more of a scalp, I'll take quicker profits. On days like today, where it's 0 DTE, you have to be faster. So I take larger, depending on the setup. I'll take half off first, give myself a little buffer for the trade to play out, and then I'll scale out accordingly. So it all depends. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, okay, always take 1/4 off at like 30% or 25%. Like if this momentum, your entry is perfect, and you layer in nicely, and it moves 50% within like a minute, take profit. If it takes a little time, it's a little slower, the thesis that you had moving into the play perhaps changes, you need to adjust accordingly and maybe take some off. So if you're grade B, maybe you cut down the position into a smaller position and you still hold it, but that way you have less risk. So I think what I would say is, and this comes with experience, be nimble, be flexible. There's no formula for anything. I think there are ways of um, trading and managing a position depending on the situation. Let's say you've had a really fantastic week, maybe you can be a little more risk on. If not, you have to be more defensive. The only kind of solidified rule I have is that your account is number one, your portfolio is number one, and your job is to always, 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 you know, place that as number one. And from that comes cascading, um, actions, right? Sizing is one of them. Taking profits, hitting stops, being okay with hitting stops, not over trading. All of those things go into that first rule. Always protect your portfolio. I think SPX is pushing here. Cream is actually, wow, look at this, guys. Monkey Bot just nailed the shit out of this. Okay, I called it out as developing. It's still developing. I just saw it like 4 or 5 points below, 4 points lower. That was a nice little play. Nice scalp. Premiums moved around 380 to 580 here. Actually moved to 6 for a second there. It's fast, but it's moving. I'm not seeing any participation of some of these names, right? I'm not seeing PLTR pushing new highs. Oracle, BA, Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft. I'm not seeing anything. It's just the index pushing higher. VIX pushing 15 here. I guess I got filled there. I just noticed. Just got filled. We got filled one contract. I'll leave one on. Oh, there it is. Fuck's sake. There it is. I was waiting for that. That's a little annoying, actually, guys. They moved to 630, guys. Premium's not moving great, but that was a nice little push into that 650 area. Oracle near high days. I just don't see any trades here. VIX crushing everything. SPX still slow. I missed a few bucks selling where I did, but it's okay. I was expecting that kind of like pop and into that 40. It just didn't come. So I was like, okay, let me just take profit. I added it and I got hit. Happens. All good. Guys, that last SPX long, I will cut fairly quickly. It's just data. BA trying to come back above the 9. We have, okay, lunch is almost done here. All right, guys, I'm all out at 4. Okay, we'll take another look at this. We'll take another look at this. Take care, Russell. Yeah. All right, so we've been streaming for 4 hours, pretty much straight. We've had a few good trades today, I would say, guys. I took a nice trade in PLTR, took advantage of that second setup. It's still possibly there's another trade into the close. We'll see. BEA was a nice trade that we called out very early in the session. We talked about that 210 into 213 into 215. We just hit 215.40 perfectly. SPX quick move above 6,800 and straight into that 20, broke 20, tested and probed, and we just tested at 68.38, 46.8. 40. Oracle, nice trade here by Mate. We're trading near high day here. This one could see a nice scalp end of day. Other than that, banks look a little perky today. XLF looking pretty good. Software, semiconductors, all looking a little bit better today than what they did the other day. Tesla, big disappointment today. I actually thought that today Tesla could break that 490 into 495. It did not. They sold the crap out of it. It doesn't mean that there's still no like trade there, right? We have to just be patient and keep track of it until the next few days. As far as the indices are looking pretty good. QQQ are leading higher and makes sense considering some of the strength that we've seen. And we've seen some other nice movers today. Gold sitting around 400. Silver looking pretty good. Some of these metals, these commodities looking pretty good. And I think could be a nice little close watch into the next few weeks. BA used to be real. BA with price actions is the fair. I feel like BA has always been a trickier trade for me. I think it went through like the dark ages, came back, went back to the dark ages, come back again. And so generally it's a harder trade. I agree with you. But when it's on that like mode where it's in play, I think it's a fantastic trade to watch. So BA for me at least has been in play ever since we broke above the 200 day, consolidated for a few days, and this week early in the week broke out of that pennant, broke back above the 200 day moving average, and here we are about 15 points higher. You see BA back towards 215 here, so very very nice. Talk about monkey bot. What time frame? 10-minute time frame. That's what I trade. That's what MonkeyBot looks for. So far, doing really well. Oracle. Oracle could be a nice watch next week. Into that 200, above 200, 215 can come very quickly. Thanks, Space Monkey, for commenting. Of course. By the way, love your book, Down to Earth and Real. Thanks. Thanks for reading it. Oracle new high day here, and then we'll see what happens if they pump it or they pop this bubble and they drop it. Guys, PLTR, okay? Keep an eye on it. If it breaks the intraday trend line or bull flag or pennant, triangle, whatever you want to call it, we could see a nice move to 192.50. Just a harder setup. Yeah, BA back to the highs. I think what that means is that there's a magnet 6800. Speaking of GEX, that's how I read it. Potentially. Nice move here, guys. Tesla above 480. PLTR is close. Meta. Right, Meta 671.31 could get tagged today. That's the 200 day moving average. Above it and off we go. That's a real nice scalp, intraday scalp, 668 calls. Sorry, 67.50 calls. MU near highs, Oracle near highs, BA near highs, Meta near highs, Tesla near lows. Tesla's not in play for me until end of day. Maybe they'll rotate some money into it. We'll see. right, just seeing some comments in other places. IWM looks good. I would say above 253 would be best, but above 250 close would be great. Thanks for doing live. You're welcome anytime. Always live. Rocket Lab having a day. ASTS too. Yeah, there are a lot of nice movers, I would say. Yeah, that's a nice candle, SPX. Very, very nice candle. Sixty-eight forties are coming back here, guys. Way too slow, but something to watch. Yeah, I think SPX could still hit 6850. It's just hard to know here, right? Because of the way it's acting, I do think that potentially could develop towards the end of the day. Before now, there's also downside risk. If we're unable to push above this high day, there's a risk that we can move back down to 6823, 6820 flat. Okay, so that's your like reverse Uno play. But it's a trend day, right? It's a trend day, and I would be cautious shorting trend days. I always say that. Doesn't mean that we can't get a liquidation break or something end of day, but those are harder. You need to react to it. If you want to play rolls, upsides, 6845 around $30 here, not terrible. Once again, we're in a trend A, up trend A, or trend A up. Hard to short this right now, right? MDB. Let's take a look at MDB. I kind of lost sight of it. I really liked it today. Yeah, a bit of a slower mover. Or it would have been hard for me to trade, but looking pretty good. Looking real fresh for next week. Just because we have a bunch of people on X and other places on the live stream, I just want to take a minute to talk about the smaller account challenge, which I've called it. We are trading just below 30K after about 36 trading days. I think 23 effective trading days, meaning days I took the trade on. The other days I just sat on hands or just didn't trade at all. So that gives us about, what is that? It's around like 800, 850 per day if you kind of average it out. So it's not terrible. Not terrible at all. Nice and slow, nice and steady. Adds up. So far, the Tesla trade was the best trade to the upside for the account. Anyways, today, up about 500 or so, 550. They're gonna pop this, and then we'll see what happens. I do think we can see a short-term kind of move. Yeah, I think SPX might be scalped here, guys. Those 45s are holding 3. I think those can move to 5 very quickly. Okay, so we're moving. 45 is moving here off of that 293. Break above here, I think we could see a couple points higher. Breaking high a day here. Very, very nice. Oracle, new high a day. Tesla, beautiful into that 482. Nice. 45 calls is just terrible. 40 calls just took my stop and moved. I had to respect that entry price stop. It's okay. Just preserving. Big slower. Watch BA new high a day here. Yeah, SPX is making this move, guys. As I told you, you have to be in it to catch it. It's going to be fast. Maybe I'll roll here. Pretty tight stop here if I get filled. I got filled here, guys. 45 calls. Pretty tight stop on this. About 250 or so. Using profits. So using profits for buffer, okay? Considering the profits that we had from the previous call. So the thought here is, guys, so we paid about 900 bucks for this. If you get stopped out at 250 or so, we get back 200 out of the 500. We're still green on the day. You understand? So that is the idea. So pretty disciplined on this 250, 240 area. Otherwise, if you want to risk 300 bucks, you just take one call. You size to 0. And then that way you can sit through this. Premium's holding up okay here. Fix holding. I mean, I'm giving this a second. Bigger of a reaction that I liked, or than what I liked. I'm about to hit stop here. All right, just hit stop, guys. I'm all out. All out. To get back some, I'm still green on the day. I'm not going to force this. Nine on 10 here on SPX. I bounced off of that piece of shit. All right, a little bit too choppy here, guys. That was a real nice kind of attempt to catch that 40 break and expansion into that 50, and I felt okay trading it just because I traded it with profits. And you can see the defined risk I had, right? So I was willing to give back some while still be green on the day. This 35 is acting really nicely here, so these are coming back, of course. They might still play out, but it might be a little bit later. So I'm just going to be patient now. I don't want to overtrade this chop. If we see momentum, maybe we'll take another trade. But for me right now, I just want to set on hands. But did everybody understand why I traded it the way I did? It was a breakthrough 38, testing 40. That pullback, I wanted to trade that 38-40 hold with defined risk. The defined risk was being okay with giving back some of the profits with the potential of doubling that profit. So it didn't play out this time, but took a shot at it. BA hit 216. Very nice move. Tesla back above 481. 482 could see a push today. 485 possible. Meta failing here a little bit. All right, let's see what they do here at 130. Tesla's looking better, guys. Tesla's looking real good here, guys. BA looking fantastic. Destroyed today. Oh my goodness, so freaking slow. I just want to smash my head with the camera in front of me. That's what I want. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know if you guys. Everybody's very quiet. Makes me think that maybe you can't hear me. All right, good. Just means that I can't, that I'm not saying anything interesting, I guess. The market's so choppy, not a whole lot's going on. No, I'm definitely not trading 20% of my small account on SPX 0 DTEs. I think at this point I'm a little more I'm trading a little differently, right? I think generally it is best to trade with profits when you're trading SPX. So I was pretty confident in that first trade. It played out really nicely. Those moved to 6, almost 7, I think. Um, and then I wanted to catch this next leg. It didn't come yet, but then I traded with profit, and I had a very, although the position was larger than my profit, it's because I had a stop. So that stop protected my profit for the day, if that makes sense. Because what I'm trying to do is prevent myself from going green to red on the day. And if that move happens again, that's fine too, but I'm not gonna go red on my day. Tesla guys is attempting to go green here. What would you look for on your small account trades, Tesla? I mean, 495, sorry, 490 break, 491 break on Tesla. I would do it with a small account, right? Because I know that's going to be a nice trade. So the theory is that you have to take real good setups with a smaller account because you have to be a little more picky. Like I wouldn't trade Tesla today with a smaller account. That low that we put, I would have probably scalped it with my regular account. EA was a good trade this week. So the 200, that 200, 207 was a good trade today. This week rather. 211, 210, 75, 211 was a great trade to trade today, which we talked about. So you can't catch them all, but I'm just kind of giving you a perspective, which is you have to trade good looking setups. I think Tesla, the only good setup I see there now is that 490. That's going to be a grade B, grade A setup for a move to 500. All right, so that was a good cut, guys, on SPX. That's why I respect those. If things are just not acting well, I usually cut it. Now, this could still move back up to the highs. Okay, this might be that drop intraday that gets bought up on a trend day up. You often get a bigger move down that gets bought up and we push highs. Let's see if this is it. Tesla is just, yeah, great trade. Did anybody catch that Tesla 478 long? Gave you two opportunities, and then 480 break gave you another opportunity. Harder trade, okay? It's not the best setup, but still a setup that could have been scalped. Yeah, good job trading next week calls, Mania. That's a good way to do it. Give yourself a little buffer, a little time. That 476 was a really nice one. Yeah, this is bullish, guys. Tesla, red to green. If it closes green today, it's setting up for a really nice trade next week. XLF is setting up for a real nice, guys. A lot of the banks setting up for next week. You can see Oracle. I said once it pops above high day, you want to see what happens. They started selling it here. That wasn't. It's never fun to take an L on a trade, but when you have a calculated risk reward and you take your stop and SPX in this case does what it's doing, like you should feel pretty good about it, right? Because you're managing your entries and exits properly. You're taking care of you're protecting the gains that you've made during the day. Even if it's not a lot, it's still psychologically important to at least, do what you're supposed to. And then if you and green, even if it's small green, it is very, very good. We're back to this like balance area that we've been trading within in the afternoon. 830 area. Guys, this is that drop intraday that I've been talking about. Get a bigger drop. Could be something that could reverse. Let's see. All right, we're getting a little bit of a reversal here off this 34, guys, area. Still kind of projecting a potential reversal sign here, but not solidified yet. Needs to hold this 35. Tesla flashed green there for a second. Pretty weak selling here, guys. Sellers are getting absorbed into this push lower for now. Just overall, very, very choppy. Just trying to narrate what I'm seeing. Just super low volatility. Yeah, failed at 35. So let's see what happens if we break 30. All right, watch 22, 21 bounce if it gets there. Monkey bot, nice little sell here. Off 37, 67, sorry, 68, 37. Had to turn off something, so I didn't see it. Thirty keeps holding here. Yeah, the tick is pretty weak all day. Just haven't had that traction to move above that zero line. It's just been sold into. You have gold, you have silver pushing off the highs. 10-year treasury back to the highs. VIX just doing very nothing, like doing nothing is expected here. Break of 30, we can see about 10 points, 8 points lower. I'm not going to trade anything. We're still kind of floating around. Tesla's still relatively strong in this segment here. Same with MU. MU is near highs. RIVN looking pretty good. Very nice couple of days there. Incredible couple of days there. Guys, nothing's happening here, so I'm just gonna turn off the cam. I'm just gonna zone hands for now. We'll see what happens.
Hey everybody, I am back. For anyone that's still hanging out, I think Space Monkey had to step away. Noticing some potential divergence on Oracle here. Intraday, this could be. I like that dip, but I wasn't back in time to call it out. Notice the 15-minute how reset we got here. So the dip we had was near the open. You can see where the RSI is here, around 53. Price is around 191.40, and we just dipped to 192.80. So a good bit above that, and it reset the RSI well below. So some intraday divergence present here on Oracle. What are you guys trading? Let's see what I miss. I had my eyes on things when I was out, but let's see. SNDK made some new highs, pulling back. Gold still flirting around 400. MSTR flat. Oracle looking good. Nike, pretty big rejection at 60. Silver holding up at the highs. MU near high of day. That was a good intraday dip buy. I would have been a little hesitant on that one just because ATR is right there, but it ended up playing nicely. Pretty spot on with our analysis on S&P today. Trend variables present. That was a good sell of the 6850 calls, guys. We preserved some premium on that by doing so. I was just a little bit too far out of the money given the trend setup. So it just was going to take too long, right? And the premiums get stripped. So that was ended up being a pretty nice decision there. Let's see what else is going on. Tesla, nice bounce off the lows, V-shaped recovery starting here. Reclaim of 482. This I do think is a end of day candidate, as we talked about while it was dipping earlier. I wish I would have been here for that Oracle dip. I might have traded that. All right, get rid of this. PLTR back to 190. Let's see if we might have a divergence set up here. Let's see. PLTR 15-minute. Very divergent, guys. So SM had a nice trade earlier. Was watching this. I actually think this here. Let's look at the volume. The volume's actually holding steady and starting to build. This is a nice looking intraday setup. So look at the RSI on the 15 minutes. So intraday divergence present. We've got a 189.20 price, and in the pre-market was 186. So it's 3 points higher, and RSI just got more oversold. So it's a 3-point divergence present on the stock. The market's trending, looking pretty good. So if this defends this 190 pivot, I think we can get a push up into 193 and change. I think it's 193.90 actually. Yeah, 193.93 is ATR. So I actually do like this potential intraday opportunity here. Get this the way I want it. Might trade this with shares. I don't think I'm going to alert. PLTR. Above. What's the strikes? I haven't traded this in a minute. Has it halves? Yeah, 192.5. This could be a worthy lotto, guys. This is really cheap. I might try this just because of how cheap it is. We've got profits on the week. Oh, wait, don't get careless today, though. Make sure you guys are respecting profits if you have them, and if you don't, then stay patient. Okay. So I'm going to send this out to the room here. Let's see, 192.50 calls, $10. Let's see, small PLTR. What is this 1925 call? Okay. All right, let's take a look at our gamma first here. All right, so we've just been, stuck in this right near the gamma flip line. We've kind of pinned in between the pathways resistance and the peak above. So, see, I really like this PLTR setup. You could also trade next week's like 195s if you prefer to have a little bit more size or something. Okay, let's see, 20. Guys, I'm gonna take this 192.50. I'm getting filled at 12 cents. So again, this is a small position. It won't negatively impact the week if it fails. Okay, I'm targeting 193.90. So those 192.50s could get in the money if we push up and break high a day. We have good volume. You've got a bullish hidden divergence present on the RSI, and big picture on PLTR. This 190 is that previous all-time high. Okay, we are reclaiming it or attempting to reclaim it after the market has defended really well. So and the AI tech trade is hot today. So there's a lot of things that I could probably make an argument that this is a B grade setup, but just given the context of 0 DTE, I would rather size small. And if it does work, then the risk reward is obviously very good, right? So you can go to like next week's. Let's see what next week's look like. Next week's 195s are $1.70. So we'll track those just for science, or shares. I'm gonna also trade this with shares. Let's see what we get. Market pretty slow. Otherwise, not seeing a whole lot out there that I like outside of what we've been watching. Do a quick scan. QQQ, nice breakout over 613. That was on the watch list going into today. 613 as a way to simplify. Really nice breakout using 615 calls. Bitcoin holding up. Let's say okay. I rejected 89.4K. That's been our level. Guys, Nvidia's turning up here a bit. Some strength in Nvidia. Nike's not a good stock to trade. Micron at the highs. FCX just kind of pinned to that 49.10. Tesla trying to V-shape. I do think Tesla can be a good end-of-day lotto as well. Maybe for 87.50 calls. Gold rejected 400. Silver up near the highs. Excuse me. AMD new highs. A lot of strength there. Boeing trending. Okay, let's get to this main list here. Apple slow. Google slow. Amazon strong. Meta got to that 670, rejected. Needs above that with some volume. Microsoft slow. Netflix slow. Nvidia strong. All right, that's what we got. If you guys have questions, chart requests, anything like that, let me know. I'll just be hanging out here. Beat Orts. let's do some math on these PLTRs. So based on what we think we can get to. So small count challenge, I've got 20 contracts at 12 cents. Okay, so it's like a $240 position. If we get to ATR, which is our target, those will be worth, well, depending on the time of day, obviously. If we get there by 3 o'clock, let's say, those will be between 80 cents and $1. So, not saying it does, but if it did, that's a 600 to 700% return. About nearly $2,000, 1,500 to $2,000, risking $240, right? So when you have profits to work with, you know, and the variables are there, right? I'm not just like making things up here on what I think could happen and taking a lottery ticket. The setup is valid, right? So this could be a really nice way to add a cherry on top for the week. I do have a couple hundred Oracle 200s, just because I actually should add these PLTRs too on the other account. I have shares right now. I just find shares a lot easier, but you know, the what's it called? The risk reward is pretty awesome with 0DT when the setup's right. Let's see, 190.25. 100. Yeah, I'll entertain this. I'm not gonna buy 400. I'll buy 250. How about that? Let's see what that does. Just because you asked, Cupid. Just for you. I'll give you 20% if it works. I just said that live on stream. It's recorded, so. I use center point VDORTs. Nice pop on PLTR here. See if we can get moving. Since everything's pretty slow, right? We're in like trendy market, so you know, we'll see. But question from Ryan on SPX and Charm, or Gamma and Charm. What are the odds of breaking a Gamma line late in the day with support of Charm? Understanding that Charm is more active later in the day. Yeah, so you're correct. And for those that don't know, like Charm obviously increases its importance into the end of the session. Right? It's over time. Let me try to get this to load if I can. There's a lot of nuances to this. Like sometimes when you're flipping into negative Gamma, even if there's suppressive Charm, it won't matter. Like you can still squeeze. But with supportive Charm, it can be even better. If I could get this to load. Okay. So what your question specifically, what are the odds of breaking the Gamma line? The Gamma line I don't think is that hard to break, really. I think the reason why it's a little harder today is because of how heavy the Gammas become, right? The positioning has grown, right? So you can see that displayed by the darkness of the red, right? We've had a landscape pretty much all week that's been like very, very light. This is a very heavy, you know, position. So I think that's containing price better, right? Because of that. The odds of it flipping, it's kind of weird. We're almost like in between. Like this is a fairly neutral space. We're floating between. So it's like we keep kind of ping-ponging between the flip. I think because of the size of the positioning on both sides. It's just keeping us pinned. It's suppressing the volatility. So I don't know what the odds, I don't know how to describe the odds of breaking the Gamma. I think the context matters. Like if it's a very light landscape, I'd say the odds are higher. I think it becomes harder when the positioning is heavier, if that makes sense. But we are in a very supportive Charm landscape, so push up into this 50, 54 is certainly possible and reasonable because every dip is being bought up right in this. And unless we were to fall under 20, that's when things would start to accelerate to the downside. So the way you could view this to me is, if we're going to go anywhere at the end of the day, it's probably going to get sucked into the 68.20 or up into the 68.50. And right now we're literally floating in the middle. So based on the supportive charm landscape, I personally favor the upside, but I've been wrong once or twice before. So I think it could, Ryan. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, and I might not be the best person to ask this question. I could even ask Elias, but I think that could pull us. I think it's almost like both are pulling us at the same time right now. That's how it feels. And I think you would agree with that. So you might need something to happen in the market to kind of create a catalyst for price to move a little quicker in one direction or the other. And unless that happens, we're just going to be pulled in both directions. PLTR is starting to move a little bit. Nice little pop there. See if our premiums moved at all. 2-3 cents. We're rich. Yeah, no problem, Ryan. And for what it's worth, guys, I've been watching Gamma for over a year. I don't claim to be like an expert on all the dealer mechanics at all. I still consider myself as a student of it, and really about anything with trading related, to be honest. I think that's just the right mentality to have. That said, there are, as you watch things for a certain amount of time, there's certain nuances you can understand that you don't necessarily even need to quantify. I like to try and quantify things the best I can because I'm responsible from an education perspective, right? It's easier to explain if you can quantify some of what you're seeing to the people. Yeah, Tesla looks good, B-Dorts. I'm with you on that. I think end of day, this might be something there. PLTR, really nice entry so far, guys. These are actually moving a little bit. We're up a whopping 70% already. All right, so the premiums, it's just funny with these cheap premiums. 20 cents from 12 cents. What I'll try to do is sell half to cover the basis of the rest and just let the rest go. The 192, the one that I shared in the chat is up like $2,000 right now. Was there anything other than the RSI divergence? Yes, it was RVol too, right? We saw elevated volume. That's super important for me, right? Like I don't want to just take a lotto on something that's like not moving and hope to God it goes up, right? Like PLTR's volume is actually building. It's stable and building. And hold on, I need to focus because I need to sell some of these. Come on, push a little bit more here. We have multiple things. I went over it, but I'll go over it again if you want, just because it's looking pretty good here. I would really like to get up to high a day if we can on this move. Not even, actually. I just want to push into this. That will give us ability to take off like half, and then we're literally just chilling. It's free, completely free. Maybe I should have bought 400 then, huh? As they say. Oracle getting really reset here intraday. Let's see if I can add the... That's what I'm looking for. Session. I'm just curious what PLTR's value area is. Okay, so see, it lines up perfectly with the top of the range of today, which makes a lot of sense. VWAP's at 190, and that's key level. So in a very quick summary, which I can go into detail if you want, but PLTR variables, 190 key level in the higher time frame, very key spot, previous all-time high, okay? RVol elevated, so it's in play, it's moving. Odds of it moving are elevated because there's more people there. AI tech theme, AI has been hot, so tech's been hot. PLTR has been a leader. And then what else? The RSI divergence intraday at the 190 level, right? Price is sold, more oversold at 189 and change than it was at 186 and change. So the stock is 3 points higher and more heavily oversold. That's a hidden divergence. So all that basically tells you is if price starts to push higher, you know that there is energy available for the stock to continue. And then the volume being good, is kind of a validator for that, because it's you can have an RSI divergence and nothing happen. You need people to participate. So once they start participating, the odds of getting that momentum are elevated because of those reasons. So it just has room to move. All right, come on. Give us a pop over high day and this thing is going to explode. I can put in the... So these premiums are actually, because we're moving quicker than maybe I anticipated, if we can get to, let's see, what's this, 191.50, that'll be 200%. So we just need to push up to the highs here, and we're sitting pretty. Do you know what trading view indicator is this? I couldn't find it. Might be for RVOL. It's relative volume at time. My settings are also in the education channel, so I'll forward that over for you. Also, for what it's worth, anyone that grabbed my screener settings for TradingView pre-market, I would consider, just so you guys know, and I should probably make a note of this. What's it called? There's some names like Oracle. I think it was, yeah, I don't think Oracle showed up in it. It's because of the pre-market volume. I have it set to like 75,000, which is not a bad thing. But there are certain names that will gap up that won't hit that scanner. So you can kind of just adjust the volumes, pre-market volume settings to, mess around with that, and maybe see some other names that are gapping up that might just not have a ton of volume in the pre-market. Yeah, Monaco, it's looking good. I would love a pop. If we can get a pop into 191 and change, we're selling half and watching the rest into the end of the day probably, unless it just rips. Wait, this is not the right. 195 half. Yeah, there we go. Make sure I'm ready to sell. So like I took that on shares as well, guys, off of 190. Those are also paying really nicely and have no decay. That's one of the benefits of that. I would move stops to break even now on this. And that's kind of pays for the lotto, to be honest. I hate the word lotto, you guys know that, but it just that's what people understand it. Come on. Give us a push to like 25, 30 cents. Contract value should be, if we get to 191.40, should be about 31 cents. Yeah, don't get too excited yet, John. Don't get too excited yet. We need to get to 25 cents. Yeah, the winds are crazy, BSV. I'm over in Virginia, and it's like people. I'm surprised my power's not out actually, because it always goes out, but it's really bad. Hope you all stay safe wherever you're at. Don't get any trees blown on your house. Do you have a video or plan on doing one on stocks versus options? It's a great question. I do feel compelled, I guess is the word I'm looking for, to do that. I feel like I need to do just like a breakdown of how I see things, because I trade a lot of shares and I trade exactly the same as I trade the options. It's just easier. So, all right, guys, want a little bit more of a push on PLTR. It's so close to taking profit. The risk is, like, everything looks great here. The risk is it taking too long, right? It's almost 240 here. Just want to at least tag this value area. So the value area is just simply where the most volume's been done. So you have top of value is up near these highs. So that can either be a magnet and resistance, which I would say it is. But if it breaks and volume picks up, that's more encouraging, right? Then you have like a momentum squeeze scenario going on. S&P looking great, pushing to top value on the session as well. If you got that pull towards 50, come on, PLTR, just push a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Am I being greedy? I don't think so. Maybe. Nice. Good job, Monaco. Good way to lock the profit in. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right, I am going to take off 3/4 of my shares here. That's basically cash flow. Stop at break even. I can just chill with that. Don't even have to think about it. Trading fairly light still, but it's cash flow, right? Like, to me, that's like a good example of like scalping with shares and how simple that can be, right? 190 holds, so a little stop below it with shares. You get, I think I got like 800 shares. What did I get actually? So 700. Catch a couple point move, boom. You know, it's like you could just I don't want to say you could just do that all day. I don't want to encourage people to like overtrade, but it's very easy, simple idea, and it helps pay for the lotto. Nice job, Monaco. Yeah, I'm trying to sell half soon. Really darn close. How much commission? I should know the answer to that. Sometimes I weirdly like don't like to know. I'll look at like the summaries later and then regret my life decisions. It can add up quick unless you're on like Robinhood. Yep, 240 Tesla. The time is now. So does it do anything? Yep, top of value. So it can break above that. It could be something. Come on, PLTR. Do for us what you didn't do for Monkey. Let's make Mr. Monkey jealous. He's probably listening. Like, he probably has like 200,000 of the contracts. Yeah, good point from the notes. Trump is speaking, but it's regarding healthcare. So keep an eye on healthcare names. Come on, PLTR, pop up to the eyes. It's holding like not oddly well, but just very, very well. We got real close to that gamma flip line again, rejecting it a bit here. See, it's oh wow. Okay. It could get some end of day shenanigans, by the way, today. So triple witching, you'll see most things happen like on the. I don't know. Is triple the same at the end of the day, or is that only quad? Because quad like end of the day can be pretty insane. I should probably know that. Let me verify some things. Come on, PLTR. Go. Go, 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 go. We need Space Monkey to sing. Let's go. All right, quarterly triple witching, blah, blah, blah. See, yep, we know that, So stock options, stock index options, stock index futures all expire simultaneously, which often boost volume, intraday, blah, blah, especially into the close. Okay, so yeah, into the close, because you have stock options, stock index options, and futures all expiring simultaneously. So you'll see, if nothing else, some large volume. This is one of those days where you'll see people talk about the volume. Oh my God, did you see the volume? At the end of the day, don't read into it too much. It has to do with triple witching. The December contracts. So there's about 7 trillion in notional value in derivatives expiring today. 7 trillion. It's a lot. It's a big number. All right, guys, just watching here to see if PLTR can do anything. Oracle fading a little bit here. I actually like that Oracle made a new high and didn't double top. It keeps the trend open. NVIDIA very strong. SNDK slowed down. Gold still pinned around 400. MSTR slow. Tesla rejecting top of value for the session. Micron at the highs. Why are we pushing Oracle to 187 TC? Do I need to ban you from the chat? Get out of here. Get out of here with that talk. I need 200. PLTR 193. Oracle to 200. That's what we need. Hey, up $11 is better than down a lot of money. Green is green, Anthony. Need to post an update. Let's see, PLTR 93. Target above. E. I don't even know what else. Pinned 400. Come on, fill my order. Pop PLTR. One pop. Come on. Everybody's sitting at 24 cents PLTR. It's my fault. 68.50 is cheap, yeah. Could definitely get end of day shenanigans. Could also just pin right in the middle. Not sure what the right play is there, Beatorts. It does feel like it's setting up for something. Come on, PLTR. Value just changed or just popped over value here. Just updated. Well, it makes sense. We spent some time here. So we need to pop the 140, 191.50. 191.50. Come on. Do it, BLTR. Do it. Don't be lame. Next week, Tesla. Any comments from anybody? Oh, we're oh so close. I think they're gonna try and buy PLTR up into the end of the year. big positions on the tape, guys. Oracle popping right off VWAP. Oracle is just trending, so I think it can close on the highs, but for the move to 200, you want to see like a quick pop over the highs. Otherwise, we'll probably fall a little short. Everything is frozen in time right now. Come on, SPX. PLTR, pop, 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 pop. Took too long though. The premiums got kind of beaten up. Come on. Just give us a little bit of a push to the top value here. A little more. 10 cents. I'm being greedy. Come on. All right, I'm going to take half off here, guys. Getting filled at 21 cents. Good, close enough to 100%. 75% on the first half of the lottos. Now it's just not entirely free, but basically, right? Let's see if we can keep on rocking and rolling. Now you can feel real good about it. It's basically paid for. That was a nice pop. So we have top of value on the session, 191.50. Plenty of energy to get through that. I'm just respecting the profits. Excuse me. All right, so with what we have left, let's do some math for science. We have 10 contracts in the small account. If we can get the ATR, which will be a heck of a move, it'd be roughly $1.30, because we'd be in the money, so those will actually hold premium pretty well if we ended up getting there. So on the last bit, and we're talking anywhere from 500 to 1,000% if we get there. Okay, so even with just half left, that's like $1,000 for the small account challenge. And then just for fun, see what I would have here, the other account. If we got the 193, it'd be like 13K. So let's see. I'm more than happy to hold. That was a beautiful pop. And the shares are also paying as well, like we talked about. So I am, just calling out what I'm doing because there's nothing else to do here. I'm going to take a little bit more off of the shares. And then this way, if the rest of the premiums go to zero, it's a win, right? All right, there's a big pop, guys. Premiums really starting to pick up now. Almost 200%. PLTR, PLTR, PLTR. I can hear Space Monkey yelling from dinner. My only goal in this was to make him jealous. He might actually be holding some, so. This is that moment where you're like, well, why did I even sell half? All right, getting 200% here. We could sell a quarter at some point. It's fine. I am going to sell a little bit more of what I have, just because I'll hold the rest. That is a beautiful win. Easy money. Nice way to end the week, guys. I will never use anything other than center point. The scripts are just too nice. I mostly trade shares, guys. I actually rarely trade options in this account. Very rarely. Only with roll-ups. If I don't want to hold overnight, have the equity risk from day trades, I'll just buy the options. Go PLTR, go. We are flying here. Let's get the ATR. This is beautiful. Played out exactly like we thought so far. If we can get the ATR, we got high a day to get through first. Ideally, we don't reject it, right? We have only 55 minutes left in the market, so any rejections are going to just destroy premiums. Willing to take a quarter off into this spike because of that. I'm going to take a quarter off here. We're at 300%. 333% to be exact. 25, so. Okay, so the rest are free. Yeah, free. I have 50 left. And one account, 5 left. It's a small account challenge. Very impressively called up PLTR from the beginning. Thesis through the execution. That is what I do. I'd hope I'd be able to do that. If I can't do that after doing this for 10 years, then I should just not even trade. But I appreciate it. I'm going to take the shares off. Oracle a bit slow here. Okay, PLTR, come on. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. We skip flat shares. Okay. All right, flat shares, holding runners, options. See if I can do math. 600. Okay, cool. I will hold the rest for 0 or a move into ATR. I don't need to get exactly there. It's fine if I miss a little bit. Maybe I'll leave like literally just a couple, like 1 or 2 for the account challenge on, just in case we squeeze into the close, right? Like that could get crazy. If they buy this up into the like last 15 minutes, it's worth holding like a couple. Like why not, right? So I'll consider that. But this last fourth here, I'll just break it up essentially in half, like not quite. I'll sell 3 out of the 5 if we can push up, and then just hold 2. 2 is literally $20 of risk. We're up in the small account challenge right now, about 500. Excuse me. And like I said early on in the trade, guys, right? Like I mentioned, I could make an argument that this is a B trade. The only reason I sized small like that is because of 0DT, which to me, like I'm pretty critical of myself. Like I would argue that with myself. I'll probably have an internal debate on this later. Because all the variables we talked about are very valid. Like this is not random. This is actually quite a nice setup intraday with elevated volume, hidden bullish divergence, ATR still well above, market's trending, AI tech is hot. Like there's a lot of things to like about the setup. So I'm glad we hit it. Not complaining, but you always want to ask if there's areas you could improve. So maybe, you know, I know I took shares and options, but another way, maybe you get a little bit more size with next week's contracts. Take maybe a quarter size with 0 DTE and like 3/4 size of B grade with next week's, just to offset some of that risk. I don't know, just talking out loud, just sharing live thoughts. Premium 600%. Okay, I'm gonna take off a little bit more here at 86 cents. I am gonna hold some for science into the close. 600 and almost 20% here. Take half off in the big account. So guys, at the big account, 250 contracts, which was not a lot of risk really. Locked in $5 grand and still up unrealized $2 grand. So $7 grand total. Thanks to Qbed that talked me into buying a couple hundred contracts. Appreciate that. Give us ATR. Qbed, send me your Cash App or Venmo. B-Doors. B-Doors is the fastest person to respond on any comment like that. It's incredible. John. Oh my god. If we get 1,000%, I have to sell one just for the alert. That might sound bad, but I mean, it's not every day you get 1,000%, right? Wow, guys, direct move into ATR is incredible. Incredible. I'm gonna sell a little bit more in the big account. I can't help myself. All right, locked in almost 6,200. These are going crazy, guys. Get the ATR now. We're this close. We might as well tag ATR. Come on, get the 1,000%. Oh, it's right on it. I'm afraid of the spread. I'm literally just fighting for a contract value now. It's hilarious. All right, getting filled at $1.38. One contract. Boom. We got 1,000%. Bang, bang, as Space Monkey would say. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Choo-choo train. Line me up and I'll do my thing. That got weird. All right, we almost got the ATR. We'll see if it can clear. Literally one contract can go to zero, guys. Doesn't matter. 12 cents to $1.38. That was fun. My only regret, and you're gonna laugh, is that I didn't size up more. Objectively, do think that there was B grade variables there. Honestly, that was good. We had a lot of things working in our favor there, and I almost like talked myself out of sizing up a little bit just because of the fact of 0 DT, which, you know, just playing devil's advocate. It's always easier to say after the fact, but playing devil's advocate with myself. If you want to be responsible and do it right, you could just use next week's contracts, but you often do hear me say like the context of 0 DT is actually a good thing. A lot of people view it as negative. The leverage is great. Like, why would you not want leverage if the odds are really in your favor? Like, it makes no sense to say, oh, it's 0 DT, it's too risky, right? Like, it's actually better to be risky if the variables are there, right? It doesn't mean be irresponsible, so don't get it twisted. But if the setup is valid and you're, you know, like say your risk profile is linear and you're risking $500, $1,000, and $1,500 for CBA setups, right? If the variables are B, then with the only thing that should change with 0 DT is you should take $1,000 instead of, you know, 500. It doesn't mean that, like, if you take next week's, you could probably take a $5,000 position and risk, you know, percentage of it, right? On zero DTE, the pivot should just be just take a total of $1,000. So like that's where I would argue with myself that, you know, B grade size was valid there because of the variables objectively. So I'm not just saying this because it went 1,000%, right? Like we have AI tech theme is hot, market strong, PLTR is reclaiming 190s, major high time frame key level. The volume is elevated. It's actually was growing. You had a hidden bullish divergence that was very, very strong, right? The stock was 3 points higher than it was in the pre-market low, and it was way more oversold, right? So energy is available, and that timed up right with the 190 pivot. So like what's not to like about that setup? Doesn't mean it had to work, right? But to risk 200 in the small account, risk $250, and in my account 2,500. You know, I asked myself why would I not up that to B grade size? So anyway, here I am complaining about a 1,000% winner. That's my life. Welcome to my brain. What happened to UNH? It's a Trump. Oh wow. Yeah, huge sell on this, guys. I don't know what the headline is, but we know that Trump is out there talking about healthcare. Let's see if I can grab a headline. I might need to sell my shares on that, actually. It makes me nervous. I got shares, and it's not anything to boast about, but I got shares that because it was very, very tiny. 237 on UNH. Let's see. Sell shares. No, not that many. Okay, I feel better about that. All right, ATR test on PLTR. Okay, so let's see, 100. So we're basically guaranteed like $650, small account challenge, and $6,000 on the other account that you guys don't have visibility into. Oracle's still looking good. It's just running out of time, so we're probably too far out of the money. We would need a squeeze, which is not impossible today specifically, but we'll see. Did you catch that, B-Dorts? Or are you just looking at the premiums? I'm assuming you're just looking at them. Yeah, okay. That was super fast. Yeah. John, that comment is hysterical. All right, people. We did it. Am I dumb to not take off the profit, more of the profit in this account? Take off a little more. This is what happens. I have a hard time just not locking profits. Oh, okay. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. It's been a minute since I've had 1,000% trade. Trying to think what the last one was. Probably SPX, which is sad because that was like May, I think. Congrats. One of the best trades you've ever had. Awesome. Good to hear. You just got back, Witcher. We hit PLTR. So PLTR had was basing around that 190 level. Market's trending higher. AI tech is strong. 190 is that big level from the higher time frame we've been talking about this week. It put in a hidden divergence on the 15-minute intraday, right at that 190 spot, and the volume was actually starting to build. So relative volume was like $1.3. What was like 1.2, it expanded to like 1.35 or so. And so the 192.50s were like 12 cents, and ATR for the session is at 193.93, which is right where we're at now. So basically all of that together is like there's just a magnet to ATR. I hadn't gotten to ATR yet. And so we took a small size, somewhat regrettably, for that move up into ATR, which we just got. So those contracts went like, they're at 1,100% right now. I don't know how high they back. That's probably about the max they got, but they went from 12 cents to like, they're at $1.50 right now. All right, for those that are on Instagram, what song do we put with the highlight on that? Somebody give me something. I've been posting to Instagram. For those that don't know, I suck at Instagram, but I'm just putting stuff out there just because why not? It's super boring. Probably shouldn't follow it, but somebody give me a song. I don't see that one. Make it rain. All right, I like that one. No, not Riley Green. That's not it. Hold on. The heck? I swear I'm a boomer. The biggest boomer of all this stuff. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. That is a funny song. Forgot about that. Wow. That's how I know you're over 30. Monaco, let's go. Sell those 20 contracts. Don't be greedy. I'd sell at least 18 of them. 15, 18. Lock it in, man. Or woman. What the heck? Good thing I came back from lunch, huh? Jeez Louise. I'd love to play some music, but I don't want to get kicked off of all the streaming platforms. Monaco, where are you at on your trade? You're being held accountable here. You sold the first 80 too early. That's how it goes. Don't sweat it. I'm going to sell 5 more of these. A freaking crazy trade. 7,400 on 250 contracts. I should have bought 500 like Cubit told me to, or 400, whatever he said. You sold $17.50. Heck of a trade. Nice job. Now we can see if 3. So we have ATR here, which it's respecting, but look at the way that it's acting. You know, like we'll see. We'll see what the end of the day is. We've got a little more than 30 minutes, Like, look at, even though it's a bit hot, look at how it's just like pausing. It did this right before this push up here. Like we got the nice pop and it just didn't do anything. It just stalled. And now it's stalling at ATR. So it's kind of interesting. I'm curious if this does get squeezed at the end of the session, 195.70 is next up that I have. So I don't know if it's like worth, it might be worth rolling, honestly, because these get in the money. Now that they're in the money, they're not really going to do anything insane. So like maybe the 195s actually isn't a bad idea here. Again, with very, very, very small amount of profits, would not be wanting to give back anything on this. Like we're talking like maybe 2 contracts or something. So you can either lock it in, take like 4, or hold the 1. This is for the small account challenge, and buy like 4 of the 195s. What do you guys think I should do? Someone tell me. Because at this point, it doesn't really matter to me. So the option is lock in the 192.50 now, buy 4 of the 195s, or buy 2 of the 195s now and hold 1 of the 192.50s. First option, I agree with that actually. So let's lock it in, guys. Let's lock it in. 164 from 12 cents. I'm gonna get the 195s. Where'd they go? There they are. Wait, what? That's the wrong week. Hold on one sec. Goodness gracious, I'm slower than a turtle. There we go. Got 4 of those at 32 cents. I need to do this in the other one as well. I'm going to hold 1 in my big account just because why wouldn't I? 195. 5 of those. 5 or 10? 10. Do 10. Okay. I think $300 of risk is okay with 8K in profits. All right, let's see. Guys, I'll put it out here. Let me see if this command works, actually. Does this work? Yeah, it does. Cool. Did not work in commentary. $195.70 target. Screen 20 of 190 total with the count challenge. All right, so just to be overly clear, guys, the roll up on the 195s, risking 100 and for the small count challenge, risking $120 of $790 of total profit, right? So there's no risk. Don't be stupid. It's 15% of the total profit in the trade, okay? So don't be dumb. Close the week strong. All right, we're at ATR. Like normally this would reject, and just buying those because I have a target at 195.70. And if that were to squeeze, I think we could pop right into that. And those 195s could get in the money and go from 30 cents to, you know, I don't know. Let's see what they could go to. 195. What did we get? 4 of them. 30 cents. Okay, contract. So these, if we get the 195, they'll go to like 80 cents. So 30 to 80 cents. If we get to my target, it would be over $1, right? So about $1. You're talking, you know, extra 200 or so bucks. PNL, about 200 bucks. Percentage. Let's see what the percentage is for fun. It's like between 100 200% if we get there, and if not, we're risking $120. Okay, so what? I kind of regret selling the shares now a little bit. What a freaking day! Holy cow! This was the best cap to the week I've had in a while. Fridays have actually been hard for me. For whatever reason, have had a tough time on Fridays giving back some profit. It's frustrated me lately, the last couple months. This was quite the change in events for Friday for me. And it's not because of like being stupid on 0DT or anything like that. It's just, I don't know what it is. For some reason, the Fridays have not been good to me. Okay. Are we glad we hung out? I'm glad I got back from lunch. What's your thoughts on Meta for the big picture going into 2026? I don't know. I would say it looks like Meta does this thing over the last several years where when it gets sold hard, it's like one of the best at coming back, if that makes sense. Like let me just blow this up a little bit. So what I'm talking about here, just hide these levels for a second. A lot, like you could go back pretty far, honestly, even, all the way back here. A lot of these sells, it gets bought back, and obviously the market's been good, but it's one of the ones that tends to be the most aggressive. I guess you could go back to like this 2022 action. We had a huge gap down, and the stock obviously got beaten up for a really long time, and an even bigger gap down from like 120 to 90 that marked the low. Actually, just for fun here, back in the Panda days, this was, I don't know why, I don't usually pay attention to trolls, but around somewhere in here, I think it was like 120. Yeah, 120. I was talking about how the stock could go up to like 150, 160 over the next couple months or something like that. And someone was like, well, why don't you just say 200 then? They're calling me crazy. And then the stock actually went to 200. Which that's just funny. Anyway, it has a really good history of coming back off of kind of getting beaten down. Okay, so like that was a huge example. More recently, during the April stuff, obviously a lot of names came back, but this one did make new highs. Not every mega cap did make new highs. This one did. This one sold back. There's a few mega caps that sold back into the 200-day. Amazon was another one. All right, so Amazon kind of floating here above the 200-day. Microsoft got to the 200-day. Okay, so you have Meta, Microsoft, 200-day. Netflix is below the 200-day. And NVIDIA is just above their 200-day. Let's see what some other stuff. AMD doesn't really count. PLTR is not going to be anywhere close. What am I missing? I'm missing Google. Google is one that's been above. So like NVIDIA above, Google well above. Google's been a monster. Amazon right on it. Meta just below. It's kind of like hugging it. So like you have some of these mega caps, right, that with the exception of Netflix are either tagging or well above the 200. And so a lot of times what you'll see is within the group some divergences set up and rotation. So to me, Meta is one, because of the history of coming back. If it reclaims its 200-day, I think that into the new year, a lot of names are going to get bought up, and Meta could be one of them. Now, I say that, and I would take it with a grain of salt. I'm not like a fundamentals guy. I'm a big picture guy, but I wouldn't say like an expert at like all the numbers and everything that's going on fundamentally. I pay attention to it, but I'm a day trader at heart. Okay, so I let those narratives feed into my confidence on day trades. I'm not like your prediction guy, or even a strong swing trader. I wouldn't classify myself as one. So, but what I do know is I've seen the markets a long time, and you often do get that kind of rotation in between the group. And Meta's been a leader for a long time, and it's one of the ones that's at the 200-day. So if you start to see some of the ones that have been lagging a little bit catch up, that could be a good play. So that's what I'll say about Meta, for what it's worth. NVIDIA, or what's it called? PLTR just popped over that ATR here. Those premiums are actually moving pretty nicely. about 50%. I'm not opposed to taking some profits, but we really don't need to. What happened to my... Oh, I deleted all my levels. Cool. That's good job, Matei. How high can you go, NVIDIA? PLTR. Oracle looks like it wants to pop. See, we've got like, what, 20, 25 minutes left? Dang, I sold those shares early on PLTR. You have 195.37. I thought I had 190. What did I say? I thought it said 195.67. So we must be looking at the same thing. Pretty close there. VIX dropping. Yeah, you're gonna see a heavy volume on the close. Just, we talked about that earlier, but if you're coming back here, that's just what you see on the expiration. So it could be good for some names. It could be bad for other names. It could do nothing and still see some massive volume. Sometimes there's just some really, really big volume and not really any move on the stocks. There's $7 trillion in notional value expiring for whatever that's worth. If anyone that's out there has questions, let me know. That's on the public in the chat. We've been live streaming all day. Some good feedback. Appreciate the feedback from everybody out there on X and Instagram, YouTube, all that. Appreciate you guys hanging out, taking the time. The question would, do you live every day? We do. In the group, we live stream every day, whether it's myself. And so just so you know our format, we start off with overnight action. J Money goes over that. And him, IV, and myself follow Gamma a bit more closely. So we usually comment on that as well to follow. And then I talk about any top ops. So like my main mission or goal or focus is focusing in on what the biggest movers of the day should be and bigger opportunities. So sometimes, like if there's an A setup or A grade level trade, that's my job is to explain that the best that I can and focus on that, and then just whatever the focus is. And if it's not an A or top op, just whatever I'm focused on and like. And then Space Monkey, and the Space Monkey and I both are generally always aligned on that, but he follows up in the pre-market call. This is from 9 to 9:30. He goes through the rest of the list of names that he's watching, comments on whatever I talked about, and then we kind of just go back and forth. It just depends. We usually see things very, very similarly, so I'll only butt in while he's going through things, and vice versa if there's something we feel is worth adding to that. Then we have Sarang as our analyst. He jumps in, lets us know what he's watching, and members will ask, bring up stocks, which is actually a really good thing because we have scanners. We're all over the market, but there's times that we miss something, and so having a group, calling out names for us to look through and look at before the open is helpful for that. We get the chart requests. So that's like our 9:30 every single day. And then from 9:30 to the most of the session, I wouldn't say the entire session all the time. Myself, I usually hop off after like an hour and a half. Space Monkey's in and out all day, pretty much, just depending on the action. So if it's really busy, we'll be on there longer. If it's not, it's kind of in and out, depending on opportunities. But to answer your question shortly, yes, we're live all day. Tesla end of day move. Yeah, let's look at Tesla. I know we talked about that. It's like slow, right? Like PLTR, this is like momentum. It's a little better looking. Doesn't mean that Tesla can't pop. I think it's possible, but it's not looking like the greatest. It still could. It's 482 is a pivot. And we obviously have the end of day coming right up. PLTR was great. That was I'm like annoyed I didn't size even more on that, honestly. But it's like I'm saying the variables out loud to you all, and then I'm taking size. That's not a lot. In my defense, I was also trying to defend profits on the week and all of that. So not complaining, but there's always room to improve. $3,700 profit on Lotto. Awesome, man. Great to hear it. Guys, if you don't mind, post a X and tag us. Let us know you participated today. Helps get the word out there, what we're doing every day. We put a lot of time into this, and we've built a really cool community. So I think there's a thing for that, right? Review. There it is. Yeah, cool. What's my trading view setup? Is it in free education? It's not, but I'm more than happy to share that. That's not, we don't need to gatekeep that at all. I'll forward it to you in chat. Let me know if you can see that video. Those are my settings for ATR. The indicators I use, for those that aren't familiar, is really straightforward. I look at relative volume. That just tells me if there's more people there or not. Above 1 is more, and below 1 is below average. The higher the better, generally speaking, right? There's some nuances in there, but I won't get into that. It's not a science. It's just to tell me if something is in play or not. And then ATR. ATR is just average true range, and I use the... so let me back up a second. For RVOL, use 21. You change the length to 21 days, because there's on average about 21 days in a month, trading days. And then for the, what's it called? The ATR is just, it is the average true range of a stock. So it's just telling you how much a stock typically moves in a day. Okay. I think I might take half off of these PLTRs here, just because we're getting up to that target. Pretty close. I'm gonna take half off. Getting filled at 47 cents here, 50%. I'll let the rest go to zero unless it spikes. If it spikes up to like in the money, and 195.70 was the spot that I was talking about. So if we get up to 195.70 or something like that, I'll take maybe one off and hold one for science. Anyway, back to the indicator question. So ATR, average true range, tells you how much a stock typically moves in a day. So, and then there's like SATI's indicator for TradingView, SATY, SATI. His indicator is very good for that. That's what I use. There is the plus like buy lines and +1, -1. You can get in depth with that if you want. Those can be really good targets or resistance levels, support levels. That's what our target was here. This +1. It's just 100% fib extension from the average true range at the prior day close, I believe. So that's like a frame of reference. But the bigger point, the more broader point with ATR is it helps you understand how much a stock typically moves. Okay, so with PLTR, typically moves 8 points. So over the last 14 trading days, we changed it to 14 days. It might be that by default. I think it is. PLTR on average every session is going to move about 8 points. Okay, so that gives you a frame of reference to go on. And then when you pair in relative volume into that, you can kind of have a gauge, right, on what to expect for the day. So if PLTR is trading 2 times its normal volume, what do you think the likelihood is that it is contained by 8 points? It's probably lower, right? Like the odds that it can get beyond 8 points are elevated, right? So this is like a fundamental of edge, right? So when we talk about stock selection, like if you're a scalper or day trader, would you rather trade a stock that moves 8 points a day when it has less than 1 volume, or around 1 volume, or the days that it has 2 or 1.5 or 2.5 or 3 times the normal volume. Like you're increasing your odds to profit, and you're just simply making it easier to profit by picking a stock that's more likely to move more, right? So it's easier to capture, say the volume's like 3x or something, and it moves 15, 16 points that day. It's a lot easier to catch 4 points, right, in that day on a move than it is on the day it's only moving 8, right? The day it's only moving 8, you're capturing 50% of the 100% of the ATR. Whereas the day it's moving a lot, you can capture profit easier. So that's just the way I see it. There's more nuances to that I won't get into, but those are the two main indicators I use. The other one, which is a little bit more complicated, it's really simple. It's not that complicated, but anytime I'm like teaching something, I try to remember what I was thinking when I was first learning it, and I felt like it was confusing at first. Maybe that's just me. But that's RSI. So I don't use RSI like probably a lot of people. I don't really care what it is at from a value standpoint all the time, or hardly ever, on any time frame above intraday. And the way that I use RSI is for divergences specifically. Okay, so I don't stare at it. I don't use it like that. But what I do look for is like on PLTR here on the 15-minute, right? The fact that RSI got more oversold at 189.29 as it was in the pre-market at 186.50, right? So you can draw a line here. So quick lesson on RSI divergences. Okay, so this, right, is RSI is trending lower, but look at the price. Price is trending higher. That just tells me that, okay, first of all, that's what you call a hidden RSI divergence. So it's telling me that there's energy stored up in PLTR. As it's dipping, it's becoming heavily oversold in the short term, even though it's not really dipping a lot, right? So that just tells you that it doesn't mean that it's going to go up. It just means that if it does go up, there's plenty of energy available. Like if this was still extended at the highs and started to bounce, then it's like, okay, there's not really that much expected value left in the trade. There's probably not going to do a whole lot. Yeah, maybe it could squeeze, but it's probably not going to do a whole lot. But with it being oversold as it's starting to bounce, well, guess what? What are the odds that it can get through the highs? Well, it's pretty freaking high because it's heavily oversold compared to where it was previously when it made that high. That paired with the fact that the volume is not only good on the session, but was building into that move, that's validating that, right? So, and those are the reasons why on PLTR is, in my mind, objectively saying I could have had more size. This wasn't just like, oh, I think Tesla can run into the close, I'm going to buy some calls. This was very quantifiable today. So RVol, relative volume at time, ATR, average true range, and RSI. Those are the only things that I use. My settings are available in the Discord. I look at EMAs sometimes, like the EMA clouds from Ripster are good. Those I use just to identify the trend. Like if you're, I for me personally view it as like being lazy instead of drawing a trend or visualizing it yourself. It creates the trend for you visually. It's nice to see. And I have an approach on how I use them, but I'm not gonna get too in depth with that right now. We got 12 minutes to close here. PLTR premiums 80%. See if I can get 100%. I'll take a quarter off, or getting into that target. Okay, getting filled here at 67 cents. Quarter position, 109% on the roll up. 192.50s. So I left one on for science, guys. I have those at 250 now. And because can't stand to not take the profit, I'm just gonna cut it and take it off. All right, so that I closed the last one in the main account at 242 from 12 cents. 195s, I have 10. I'm gonna take off half here. Half at 62, got a little worse fill than we got in the small account. So the rest are paid for. Okay, cool. That was fun. That was beautiful, guys. We really stacked on for the day and really the week with that trade. I need to put S&P up on the screen. What the heck am I doing? All right, a little bit of a bounce here. A gamma update. Let's look at gamma. So look at this. See how heavy the position grew? This is what we were talking about earlier. There's a pull between both of these. And through the session, the influence of that just kind of kept it pinned in the middle. And now that we're into the end of the day, you've got this just push. If you're new to this, I actually like explaining it with the 3D model. If this is a 3D model of what we were just looking at, the trough in gamma or valley in gamma is the easiest way to think about it is these yellow dots are price. Just view price like water, right? Its path of least resistance is to find its level. And this is the bottom, right? 68.25, bottom of the polar here. Polar path of least resistance is trough in gamma. So like as price is oscillating along this wall, the influence of that grows stronger and stronger the closer you get to the close, and price just gets magnetized, kind of sucked into it, right? And that's what you saw there. And that 3D model makes an easy way to see that. I bet you, I'm curious what the butterflies would have paid. I know we kind of been at the same spot like all day though, so I'm not sure. I didn't look. I have no idea like what those might have been. I'm just kind of curious, like early in the session, what the like 10, like a 10 wide 30 fly or something would have been. Last minute plays, not for me. I think we just crushed PLTR. I do think that we could move in the last few minutes here, but I don't see anything worth putting on personally, Chris. But if you see something, feel free to call it out. We got 8 minutes to go, and then we're going to sign off. One thing I'm going to call out now, if your calls are in the money, make sure you close them if you don't want to get assigned PLTR. Obviously, you have to have the buying power to do so. But just want to make sure. Sometimes people forget, like me. I wake up on Monday and have a couple hundred shares that I didn't know about. I've done that before. So I will watch this PLTR. I will sell the last one if we get into the last minute and are in the money. I'll just cut it, close it, and not think about it. Small account challenge updates. I've been like trading it, and for those that might be new, since spring, I guess. I had a really nice couple of runs. I had some swings from around, I'd say August, September, somewhere in there. That I think it was September. That went pretty bad. So I got the account up 100% over time. And again, my goal with that wasn't like how quickly or aggressively can I grow a small account. It was only to prove that literally, and PLTR is a perfect example of this, how on a big account, you can trade the same process in the same way that I do on a small account. That was the goal of it. So it wasn't meant to be like super flashy and I took $10K to $1 million by buying 0DTs all day. I just wanted to show like a professional process and how you can do that with a relatively small account. And so it's had its ups and downs. The swings kind of were what helped actually boost it at one point. Tesla, Baba, some of those swings, but then swings also kind of killed it a little bit. So we went up to like 22K from 10K back to like 14K because of some of those swings. We're sitting at around 18K right now with some open swings that aren't closed. Okay, so the day trading has been very good. The swing trading's been like hot and cold, right? So it's been both. It did really well and did really bad. So the only reason I've really kept doing it is because I've just gotten a routine of just mirroring the accounts. Like I literally just I'll take shares over here and sometimes options. The main account I'll take and calculate options with the risk profile I've kept the whole time. So I don't know if I'll continue it into 2026 or not. If you guys have feedback on that, let me know. It does take some mental bandwidth to manage two at the same time and call it out and give commentary and type and all that at the same time. But I think I've done a fairly good job at that. It's been frustrating at times for sure, but we've got the mentorship coming up and course. So I might have to pause some of that focus there. But anyways, I'm kind of just rambling here. I would still be posting alerts and everything. That's why I've kept doing it, is because it's the alerts are the same. That's like the point. The point is that even though I'm sharing the contract amount for the small account, it's like I'm still trading a large account at the same time. It doesn't make a difference. The only real difference is a lot of times I'm using shares, but I'm executing the same. I'm taking profits at the same spot. I'm raising my stops. Sometimes there's a discrepancy just because of theta, but most of the time it's the same. Yes, I'm still holding the MSTR call. Yep, no change. All the active positions are the same. I'll double check them. Sometimes I forget to remove one or whatever, but all active positions are the same. Holding a little bit of gold over the weekend, see if we gap up. PayPal, BABA, MSTR, ARM, and Tesla swings, all active for months. Most of which are underwater, getting beaten up. So there's like 6K in what's it called? Unrealized losses there, right? So if those were to come back, so the account, if I didn't have those swings, which is not a reality, I'm just saying, would be somewhere closer to 300 or like 26K, yeah, 25K. Still like the Tesla one, fine with that. We've got some time on Tesla. I think Tesla could get bought pretty aggressively on the new year. 401ks is going to be hot. I think it's very close to squeezing. So that one I'm still pretty confident in. MSTR is like a more nuanced trade. I still like it a lot. I'm not concerned about the timing. I knew that it could flush the lows first before turning. It looked really good for like a day and then it died. Thesis is totally unchanged. Same thesis. The other ones, while we're just talking about it, PayPal's dead. Was surprised by that one. BABA kind of died too. That one's with profits though. We caught this move on BABA from 127 to literally this high was 177. We missed this little extra extension 192, but we literally rode a swing all the way from 127 to 177. That was an awesome swing. Gave back about 800 of what I think was about 3K or something that we made on that. ARM is totally dead. That huge disappointment on that one. And I think that's it. So 1 minute left as I ramble on. One little round table here. NVIDIA closing on the highs looks really good. SNDK pretty much flat. MU not too far off the highs, still a little dip into the close. SLV strong, Tesla weak, Oracle weak, fading into the close, still closing at a decent close here in sort of the upper part of the range. Gave back a little bit. MSTR looks fine. What else? PLTR looks great, obviously. That could be good on Monday. Google strong, nice pop on Google. Amazon selling. Microsoft pop. Netflix flat, middle, nothing. AMD retreating a little bit off the highs, but really strong. Could be good day two Monday. Apple big pop. Meta selling. So they're selling some of the leader. Well, I guess just Meta. I shouldn't say the leaders because other names are very strong. Nvidia, etc. Okay, that's it. Pencils down. Markets closed. Weeks closed. If you guys tuned in on the live stream today, thanks for hanging out. I hope you learned something. We do this every day. For those that are with us every day, nice work. Good team effort. A lot of good call outs in the room today. Yeah, it was a good week. Overall reflection, really good week. Only a couple bumps along the way. Otherwise, I think we handled it really well in what was fairly tricky price action as far as S&P is concerned. So have a fantastic weekend. I'm going to shut up the shop here, close up the shop, whatever. I'll see you all in the room on Monday.